Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Day 3 competition of the 2026 National Track Cycling Championships here at Meares Velodrome. Welcome to everyone joining us in the grandstand here at AMV, and also a very big welcome to all of our viewers on the AusCycling YouTube channel around Australia, throughout Brisbane and Queensland, and to people who are joining us right around the world. We've seen a number of people enjoying our coverage on the YouTube channel for our day sessions. So we've got some great racing to come here today, starting off with sprint qualifying, time trial qualifying, the elimination championships, a great day of racing to come, and also our team's pursuits. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the festivities. Well, we welcome our first rider out onto the track in the men's elite sprint qualifying. The rider from Victoria is Zaran Fong Sutton. Now, men's sprint qualifying. All riders go to round one after qualifying, so pure and simply looking to set the fastest time they possibly can. We have got a superb field here today. Lee Hoffman will be last to go, then Danny Barber, Tate Ryan, James Brister, Byron Davies, Ryan Elliott, Xavier Bland, Max Liebsnick, Jade Madden, Noah Mason, Flynn Underwood, Sam Gallagher, Nick Papadakis, Isaac Byrne, Finn Carpenter, Blake Long, Dan Power, Mitchell Louis, Alex Schaefer, Jackson Williams, Ruben Smith, but Zaran Fong Sutton builds up pace beautifully. He's going to be our first rider to set a time here this morning. Perfect line through the 200 here for Zaran. Through the 100, low fives, looking for mid-10s as long as he's strong up the home straight. 10.648 for Zaran. So 10.648 for Zaran Fong Sutton. 67.5 kilometres an hour if you don't mind, pedalling and turning left at the same time. We'll move on to his teammate now, who's up onto the track, also from Victoria. This is Ruben Smith, just at the top of the banking, making his way around the bend now to join us in the home straight. He'll get two to go when he comes through. Building up pace nicely here. Really starting to move at the top of the track, and this time Ruben Smith out of the saddle. One of the new Altus bikes that we see on the Velodrome recently. Fantastic product, and goes through the first 100. A little bit quicker than his teammate at the moment. How can he hang on to it on the home straight? Does it beautifully. 10.418 for Ruben Smith. He'll put himself to the top of the leaderboard just for now. Our next rider joining us now as he rolls down the back straight. In the colours of New South Wales, we welcome Jackson Williams out onto the track. All riders will go through to the first round of the sprints here today. Jackson Williams, top of the track. Compose themselves when they start to ride around the top of the track. They'll use the banking just to try and save the legs a little bit here so that they can build up the pace. accelerating on the downhill of the bank. Out of the saddle nicely here, the New South Welshman through the 200 tape. Really moving down the back straight here. He's got on top of that big gear nicely here, Jackson. A little bit slower than the first. Comes up the home straight, going to stop the clock. Second fastest, 10.485. He's 0.07 behind the time of Ruben Smith. Brings us to our new rider out on track in the ACT colours, very dark blue shoulders, very similar to the WA colours of this skin suit of Alex's. This is Alex Schaefer. Alex Schaefer competed in the Masters National Championships last week, where, as you would imagine, took the Kieran, the sprint, the time trial, no problem whatsoever. He made the final last night of the 1,000 metre time trial, so he's on some superb form. Starts to build up pace down the back straight. He was in the low 10s in the Masters Championship last week. Let's see if the form is going to carry over into this week here in the Elite Championships. Alex Schaefer sits down, getting on top of that big gear as he heads down the back straight here. Really moving nicely. Third quickest of the rest as he goes through the first 100. Head down to the line. Third fastest, 10.503. Very nice time for Alex. So we welcome now onto the track the first of our local riders representing Queensland, just rolling down the back straight. This is Mitchell Louis. I've had the pleasure of watching Mitchell come up through the junior ranks over the last several years, now up into the elite standings. Tremendous opportunity for our Queensland riders. The national championships occurring here year on, year out. And without doubt the greatest stadium in Australia at the moment, the AMV Stadium. Great opportunity for the Queensland riders to develop themselves at the top level. The sprint program, the national sprint program, is now here as well. Louis gets the bike moving nicely here through the 200 down the back straight. He'll be looking to go as close to 10 seconds and under if he can. 5.04 through the first 100. Mitch Louis comes up, stops the clock. 10.172, the quickest so far today, and the other side of 70 kilometres an hour. Next of our riders out on track, just going underneath the scoreboard now, is rider number 32. Representing Victoria, this is Daniel Power. So Mitch Louis from Queensland, 10.172, puts himself to the top of the leaderboard for now. And the skill level of Daniel Power here as he comes into the home straight. And he's at the top of the banking, no pace on whatsoever. Very, very skillful, these sprinters. Nerves of steel as well, these guys, and the girls as well. And we're going to get to see the female sprinters out here, the women's sprinters today. Power out of the saddle, and he's putting the power through the pedals as he comes down the home straight this time. Very big gear, very smooth pedal stroke though as he heads down the back straight, not moving the upper body at all through the first 100. A little bit of work to do in the home straight here for Daniel, but he's very smooth to line. 10.634, fifth fastest for now. Our new rider out onto the track, heading down the back straight now, is rider number 43. Representing Western Australia, this is Blake Long. Blake Long building up very early on here, getting right on top of the gear. He's not going to die wondering as he comes into the home straight. Going to make sure he's well and truly up on top of that gear. Blake Long sits down now, settles in through the 200. Where can Blake Long stop the clock? How close to 10 seconds can he get through the first 100? 5.19. Looking for about a 10.3, 10.4 if he can hang on to it up the home straight. Ends up being 10.636. Just died off a little bit in the last 50 metres there. And Blake Long, we'll see him in round number 1. And we'll see him in round number 1 with his teammate, number 42, Finn Carpenter. West Australia just heading down the back straight this time. Finn Carpenter last year took the silver medal in the 1,000 metre time trial. This year opting out of that one, throwing all of his eggs into the sprinting basket and the Kieran basket. So a big day for Finn here. Big thank you to all of our camera people, our volunteers who are bringing the vision on our YouTube AusCycling page. There's Finn Carpenter. Comes from BMX into track cycling. Excellent BMX rider. The Coburn BMX Club. Out of the saddle, Finn Carpenter. Really moving nicely. Got on top of that gear. Is this going to be our first ride under 10 seconds today? Carpenter heads down the back straight. Through the first 100, 4.925. Can Carpenter get under the 10? He hits the line, 9.967. Our first rider under 10 seconds here today. Great ride by Finn Carpenter. Our next rider now up onto the track, about to go underneath the big scoreboard here at Meares Velodrome. It's rider number 29, representing Victoria. This is Isaac Byrne. Sprinters, as they go through this first couple of laps, what they tend to do, they just start to concentrate at the job at hand. Isaac Byrne accelerating here in the saddle, now out of the saddle, building up pace. Elbows out, really giving it everything he possibly can, trying to get on top of that big gear. He's smooth through the 200. A little bit of work to do to get on top of the gear here, still through the 100, 5.13 seconds. How close to 10 is he going to get? 10.3, 10.373 there for Isaac Byrne. Third for this point in the competition. Good to see so many Victorian riders racing here in the time trial and also in the 200 metres qualifying here today. Next to our riders, rider number 31, also from Victoria, this is Mick Papadakis. The Victorian team are going to have a very good opportunity, riders to pick from for the team sprint later this week, and also a number of riders in the Kieran event as well. So I see a lot of the dark blue skin suits. Papadakis starts to build up pace now as he heads down the back straight. Really moving nicely as he comes into the home straight this time. Papadakis on the point of the saddle, smooth through the 200. Seems to be on top of the gear that he's chosen here very nicely indeed. He'll go through the first 100 inside 5 seconds. Can he be underneath Finn Carpenter here, just outside 10.073? He's happy with his ride though, 10.073. I get the impression that might be a PB for Nick, so he's happy with his ride. And well done. 10.07. That's quick. Well, commentators aren't supposed to show bias or have favourites, but the man on the track now from Victoria, Sam Gallagher, well, certainly one of my favourite riders in the Keirin racing. Will go through the eye of a needle and comes off the wheel beautifully, so we'll see what Sam can come up with here in the 200 metre flyer. Building up pace nicely. Really look forward to seeing what Sam has to offer in the Keirin racing this year. Building up pace nicely. Let's see what he can do here in the 200. Can he get inside 10 seconds and get inside there comfortably? Can he go number one on the leaderboard? For now, we'll be looking to make the top 8 in the quarterfinals, definitely here in this sprint competition. 4.94 through the 100. Gallagher's got to be strong into the home straight. 10.051 goes to number 2, just outside the magic mark of breaking the 10 seconds. But he's turned up with great form once again. Welcome one of our international competitors here today. Rolling down the back straight from New Zealand, this is Flynn Underwood. Great initiative by AusCycling to allow the international competitors to take part. This bolsters the Australian Championship that little bit more. Underwood really moving nicely at the top of the track here. As he comes into the home straight, out of the saddle, sits right back in the saddle here, not on the point where you normally see the sprinters riding from, really driving from the back of the saddle. 5.05 through the first 100, but he seems to be finishing off nicely in the home straight. 10.264 for Flynn. So far, we've had 12 riders, only one rider has been able to get himself inside the 10 seconds for now, and that is Finn Carpenter with a 9.967. A new rider on the track from New South Wales. Down the back straight. We'll wait for the scoreboard to update, but this is Noah Mason, rider number 8. Noah Mason. Let's see what Noah can do. Can he get underneath the 10-second barrier here? Superb sprinter in the junior ranks, up into the elites last year. Building up pace nicely. Wants to get himself inside 10 seconds here. New South Wales riders moving very nicely down the back straight here. A lot of pace on here for Noah. This is looking good. Just inside the 5. He's got to be strong into the home straight to break the 10-second mark. He hit the line. 10.076. It's starting to get cluttered at the top of the leaderboard. Noah Mason 4th, 10.07. We've got riders at 10.05 and 2 at 10.07. Finn Carpenter still 9.96 at the top. As our next rider comes up onto the track, this is Jade Madden from Victoria, rider number 40. See the pace of Jade Madden at the top of the banking. The skill level of our sprinters in the men's and women's competition can go so slow at the steepest part of the banking, just to concentrate on what they've got to do. Madden using the banking nicely to start getting on top of his gear, rolling now as he comes past the Sleeman Sports Complex sign into the home straight. Madden out of the saddle, wanting a little bit more out of that gear as he goes to the 200. But he's moving nicely down the back straight. We look to the 100 metre time, just outside on the 5 at the moment. Got to hold on to it in the home straight to get close to the 10, 10.198 for Jade Madden. Still over the other side of 70 kilometres an hour. Moving very nicely. But 6th place for him just for now. The next rider out onto the track, a young man who won the individual sprint championship up on this track as a under 19. Now a very important part of the South Australian team sprint team in the elites, and looking to get himself up into the top 4 fighting realms for the sprint. This is Max Liebschnicht. Rode the 1,000 metre time trial and qualifying yesterday. Had a point to prove with his standing lap. Rode a short 17-second standing lap. Didn't see him finish the journey, but really trying to get himself up into national selection for the starting position in the national team. Liebschnicht goes through the 200. Very smooth indeed as he moves down the back straight. This looks like it's going to go under 10 seconds. 4.95 through the first 100. Can he break the 10-second barrier here? 10.03, second quickest at the moment. Finn Carpenter's time standing up nicely against the rest here. We move on to what you would have to say the big 5. Still to come. Now number 5, one of the young sprinters from New South Wales. This is Xavier Bland. Another one of the riders who's come up through the junior ranks, racing on this track. Always great racing between the New South Wales and Queensland riders up here on the Meares Velodrome. And Xavier Bland comes through the same era as Noah Mason. Can Xavier get underneath that 10-second barrier here today? Can he put himself in front of Finn Carpenter? After this, we've got Davies, Brister, Ryan, Barber, Hoffman still to come. If you leave the track in number 1 spot, you put yourself up in the top 6 now. Bland, a little bit of work to do as he heads down the back straight. Up on top of the gear now though. 4.950. Can Xavier hang on to it in the home straight? He'll hit the line. 9.987. So he's under 10, but he goes into second place behind Finn Carpenter. Rolling down the back straight. One of the popular locals here from Queensland, this is Ryan Elliott. The young man's made his way into the national team already. World medals with the Australian team. World Championships as a junior, building up pace. We'll be putting him around the 9.7, 9.8 mark on his good days here. What can he do here this morning? Ryan Elliott heads down the back straight, knows this track inside out through the first 100. 4.862. Here comes the fastest time of the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Elliott will stop the clock. 9.865. Goes top of the leaderboard, 73 kilometres an hour. And Ryan Elliott, 9.865. Our next rider, another very popular rider here in Queensland. Welcome as he rolls down the back straight. Rider number 13, Byron Davies. We've already seen Byron on the track. Change of skin suit. He was wearing a South Australian one the other day as he piloted Bo Wooten to the National Tandem Sprint Championship in the Para Division. Byron Davies. We talk about 9.8, we talk about 9.7, 9.6. That's the sort of realm we go into when we talk about Byron Davies as he builds up pace. Big, strong man, got a lot of speed coming into the home straight this time. Got a huge gear on as he goes through the 200. Really accelerating down the back straight. Can he get inside the time of Elliott as he goes through the first 100? A little bit outside the time of Ryan Elliott, but it's going to be inside 10 seconds nicely. 9.832. He was the only one who was stronger in the second 100. goes 9.832. So the first of our riders who's actually improved up the home straight here this morning. Great piece of riding there from Byron. The next of our South Australian competitors now. He starts to roll down the back straight. This is number 23. This is James Brister. So Big Byron, 9.832. Nice ride. He leaves the track in top spot. James Brister. Another rider completely capable of 9.8 and faster as he starts to build up pace down the back straight. Moving very nicely, getting on top of the gear. Absolutely flat out as he comes into the home straight this time. Good line as he comes down so fast through the 200. He was going faster than a lot of others at that point. How's he going to go through the first 100? He's going to go quickest. That's how he's going to go. Where's he going to stop the clock? 9.596, 9.666 there for James Brister. 74.5 kilometres an hour, don't you mind? 9.666 for James Brister. Next of our riders up on track. Took out the 1,000-metre time trial for another time last night. Just inside the time of Tom Cornish was our rider on track, and that is from South Australia, Tate Ryan. So Tate Ryan comes into the home straight. Tried a bit of a bigger gear, he was telling me last night. Found it a little bit heavy, but still got away with it and won the national title. It was clearly a very heavy night on the track conditions last night. We saw some very fast times in the afternoon, especially in the individual pursuits. We saw Sophie Edwards break the Australian record, smash it in fact. Everyone went a little bit slower last night. It was heavy conditions. Ryan though, he's got the 1,000-metre time trial on his legs. He starts to move down the back straight. He's a rapid sprinter, this one, as he goes through the first 100. A little bit of work to do to get up there with James Brister, but he's going to stop the clock. 9.692. Another rider who accelerated through the second 100 nicely. Just 0.03 behind his teammate, James Brister. He goes to number 2 spot just for now. And we've got our final 2 big men out onto the track. As he goes underneath the scoreboard now, and we welcome from New South Wales, this is Daniel Barber. Danny Barber out of the saddle nicely down the back straight. Seen this rider race many, many years in the Sydney Christmas Carnivals. He's a well-drilled sprinter. Wants to get himself up into the top 2 spots here as he heads down the back straight. Moving very nicely indeed is Dan Barber. Through the first 100, a little bit of work to do here to get himself to the top spot. He'll stop the clock. 9.763 for Daniel Barber. Third fastest for now. We've got Brister in 9.666. Then we've got Tate Ryan 9.692. Danny Barber 9.76. Byron Davies 9.8. And we welcome the defending champion from South Australia. Please welcome Lee Hoffman onto the track, ladies and gentlemen. Australia's #1 sprinter. Took a silver medal in the World Cup in Perth just a few weeks ago. Has been as low as the 9.2s in Paris in qualifying. Such an impressive sprinter. Lee Hoffman gets better every time he gets on the bike. Can Lee Hoffman get himself inside 9.5 here today? Hoffman so fast through the 200, really moving down the back straight nicely here. Fastest through the 100. What can he do here? Can Lee Hoffman break the record here? He does. That's the championship record, ladies and gentlemen. Lee Hoffman goes through 9.321 breaking the championship record of 9.471. Lee Hoffman's turned up with some superb form. Well done, Lee. We move straight into our women's elite sprint qualifying. We welcome our first rider coming up to get 2 laps to go here from South Australia. This is Mirella Willis-Hell. The top 16 will go through to round 1 in our women's competition. Mirella moving nicely. This is our first rider in the women's division. Nice and smooth down the back straight here. Looking to set the personal best time that she can do here. Strong into the home straight. Mirella's going to stop the clock at 12.01. Our next rider out onto the track now. From Queensland, rider number 63. This is Victoria Smith, building up pace nicely. She'll come around this time to receive 1 lap to go. She'll hear the bell and be full gas all the way to the line. Victoria Smith. Nice line as she goes through the 200 into the back straight, moving nicely here, the Queenslander. Through the first 100, a bit quicker than the South Australian. First up as she comes into the home straight. To stop the clock, 12.049, so just outside the time of Mirella Willis-Hell, 12.01. So the South Australian stays number 1 for now. The next rider, just at the top of the banking, coming around into the home straight now to receive 2 laps to go. From Victoria, we welcome Ning Chen. Victorian moving nicely as she comes into the home straight, out of the saddle, getting on top of that big gear ratio. Sits down now. And a good night of team sprinting last night. Moving nicely. Comes up through the first 100, see if she can go number 1. She's number 1 of the rest at the moment. Strong finish up the home straight. Goes top of the leaderboard, 11.744 for Ning. The next of our riders up onto the track, it's our Queensland competitor, rider number 60. This is Olivia Wright. Two laps to go now. So Olivia in the team sprints last night, going very nicely. Building up pace at the top of the banking, past the Signs into the home straight, out of the saddle this time. You know this track very well indeed. Very smooth through the 200 as she heads down the back straight this time. Olivia Wright moving nicely. Quickest so far through the first 100. Can she get herself to the top of the leaderboard? And she'll stop the clock. 11.744. Identical time to Ning Chen. Both riders have gone 11.744. Would you believe it or not? Talk about congested at the top of the leaderboard. Great riding from Olivia. Great riding from Ning. You don't see that every single day of the week. So Ning Chen, Olivia Wright, same time. Ning Chen showing as 1 on the leaderboard for now. Our next rider out on track, the Victorian rider, is Ruby McLean. Ruby building up pace very nicely indeed. Out of the saddle, so close to the banking as well. Nerves of steel here from Ruby McLean. Out of the saddle, right over the front end when she's out of the seat. Sits down now, really trying to drive down the back straight as fast as she can through the hips and legs. A little bit of work to do in the home straight for Ruby to get herself up into the top 2 or 3, but she's going to stop the clock. 12.331 for Ruby. Our next rider out on to the track, rider number 56. This is Ella Liang. First year up into the elites for Ella. After having an excellent junior career so far. Took the bronze medal in the 1,000-metre time trial the other night as a first year. And took a medal last night in the team sprint as well. So successful week already. Everything else is just a little bit more cream on top of the cake here for Ella. Successful week of racing. Starts to build up pace. Fantastic 1,000-metre time trialist. She'll start to build pace nicely here. Expect a strong ride here from Ella out of the saddle. Moving nicely. Through the 200 for Ella as she heads down the back straight this time. Moving very nicely indeed. We'll see how she goes through the first 100. Fastest so far of what we've seen so far. Strong into the home straight for Ella. She'll stop the clock. Top time 11.365 for Ella Liang. So Ella will leave the track in the top spot, 11.365, and we'll welcome her teammate. Rider number 61 from Queensland, this is Emma Stevens. Emma building up pace nicely. She rolls down the back straight. She's taking full advantage of the downhill run. Up on top of the gear now, out of the saddle as she really starts to move that bike around. Using the line perfectly inside the sprinter's lane as she went through the 200. Nice and strong down the back straight. Got a very big gear on it in that gear ratio. She's the fastest through the first 100. Can she get inside the time of Ella Liang? She'll hit the line. She does, 11.233. No surprise, the Queensland riders are on some good form here this week on AMV. 11.233 for Emma Stevens. Ella Liang, 11.365. Still a number of riders still to come. The next rider rolls down the back straight. The Victorian, this is Hope Harnety. Hope rode very well last year in the sprint competition and in the Kieran. Excellent to see her back again this year. Always like to see these riders coming back slightly improved on the year before. A little bit more competitive, fighting for the medals, really fighting up into the semi-finals and the chance to ride into the gold medal ride. Hope Harnedy building pace beautifully here at the top of the track. Come to the home straight this time, the Victorian. Sits right back on the saddle, driving the big gear down the back straight here for Hope. Moving nicely through the first 100. A little bit of work to do in the 100 in the home straight here. She comes up and she will stop the clock. Third fastest, 11.707 for Hope. We now welcome the first of our West Australian competitors. This is Maya Dillon, ladies and gentlemen. Maya was a member of the team last night that won the Team Sprint National Championship. Such a close race between WA and Queensland, just 0.09 of a second. This shows the depth of quality we have in women's sprinting in Australia right now. Getting bigger and bigger, and Maya Dillon, of course. What was New South Wales' loss is Western Australia's trophy champion superstars. We've picked up a couple this year under training agreements because they missed out in New South Wales, which is really unfortunate. But Maya Dillon has taken full advantage of the situation, is now national champion at the elite level. And what can she do here? Can she get herself to top of the leaderboard in the qualifying? A little bit outside the top time at the moment. Maya comes in, going to stop the clock. Third fastest, 11.410. Nice ride here from Maya. The next rider from Victoria, number 77, is Imogen Gelbart. She heads down the back straight. So if you're just joining us on the YouTube AusCycling channel, welcome. We are in the elite women's sprint qualifying. We've already saw the men's, and we saw a championship record, an all-comers record taken care of by Lee Hoffman. He's dropped it down to 9.31 seconds. And now we're into the women's elite sprint qualifying. Big day of sprinting and time trials, teams pursuit. And we've got the para elimination on today as well. Gelbart into the home straight this time, comes up to get the bell. Moving very nicely. She heads down the back straight. See how she goes through the first 100. Fastest time so far for Imogen. Can she hang on to this pace up the home straight? Oh yes she can, yes she can indeed. 10.888, 888 here for Imogen. Oh, she's happy about that too. That was a superb ride. Ten triple eight for Imogen Gelbart. Superb, well done. She'll be stoked with that ride. We welcome our next rider up onto the track from Queensland. This is Molly McGill. If you're joining us in the stadium, please have a look at our merchandise as you come through the front door. We have our State Operations Manager from Queensland at the front door, Matt Hay. He'd love to see you. He's got t-shirts for sale. We've got Yeti sippy cups and water bottles. We've got World Cup t-shirts from Perth on sale as well. So please get over there and see Matt if you'd like a commemorative t-shirt as Molly McGill heads down the back straight right now. Can she get herself to number one? She's quickest at the moment. They're getting fast out there. Molly McGill stops the clock. 10.865, just inside the time of Imogen Gelbart, just inside 10.865. Like I was saying, go over and see Matt Hay on the door. He's got all of the t-shirts of this championships on sale. They're a good looking t-shirt as well. with the Velodrome design on the front, with all of the racing that's happening through the Brisbane Cycling Festival listed on the back of the t-shirt. And then we've got the World Cup t-shirt as well. It's got a beautiful design of the Velodrome on the back of that. Baseball caps as well for the Brisbane Cycling Festival and the World Cup. The World Cup one's on a nice little price as well. If you're online and you're listening to us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, you can also go onto the AusCycling shop and purchase items, the t-shirts as well, on the AusCycling shop. So just because you're not here, it doesn't mean you're going to miss out on all the merchandise goodies as well. Sophie Watts, formerly out of Western Australia, been up in Queensland for a few years now, moving nicely. Rode the World Cup in Perth just recently as part of the national team. Sophie Watts, third quickest through the first 100. She comes into the home straight this time. She stops the clock. Third fastest, 11.088 for Sophie. Well, we welcome our next rider onto the track as she heads down the back straight. She won the National Team Sprint Championship last night. She medalled in the World Cup as part of the Australian team sprint. She medalled at the World Championships last year in the team sprint. A fantastic story. Please welcome in the home straight, Christine Perkins, ladies and gentlemen. 18 years between World Championship medals. Took a medal at the World Championships with Anna Meares in the team sprint, and 18 years later, after coming back to the sport as a mother of 2 children, is still in the Australian team and winning World Championship medals, and she's the national champion in the team sprint as she moves down the back straight. Christine Perkins moving very nicely through the first 100. Strong into the home straight is what she needs to be here to finish off. She'll hit the line, 11.301 for Christine. Takes her to 5th place at the moment. Molly McGill, 10.865. Still at the top of the leaderboard, just in front of Imogen Gelbart and 10.888. As we welcome our next rider up onto the track, the Queenslander, this is Danica Blinko. Danica up in the top teams yesterday in the Queensland on the podium. Once again in the team sprint. One of the top sprinters of the last several years at the national championships. Prolific winner. Team sprint competitions building up nicely here as she comes into the home straight. Danica Blinko, can she get herself to the top spot? Can she go number 1 here and put Molly McGill down to number 2? She's moving nicely, rapid down the back straight, nice and smooth. A little bit of work to do to go number 1 in the home straight here for Danica. She'll stop the clock. There it goes, 10.797. Our fastest rider over the last 100 is what you want to see. Danica Blinko accelerated beautifully, goes 10.797 and goes to the top of the leaderboard for now. Now, new rider on the track. In the South Australian colours, please welcome Brianna Hargrave. Multiple time Australian champion, many times in the team sprint. One of our best sprinters over the last decade or more. And now a mother of 1 as well, and still competing at the absolute highest level, just like Christine Perkins is. Fantastic to see that our riders are sticking with the sport. Our female athletes, superb. Brianna Hargrave out of the saddle, nice and smooth. Superb in the time trials, moving down the back straight. On top of the gear here, Brianna. A bit of work to do on the home straight, but she'll be strong into the home straight because she's a superb time trialist. She stopped the clock, 11.155 for Brianna. She'd have hoped for quicker, but we've got a long way to go in this sprint competition, and we will see her fight to the very end. We welcome now the next of our West Australian competitors, and she's a national champion in the junior ranks, and last night she became a national champion in the elite ranks in the team sprint. We welcome Lilia Tatarinov. Of course, once again, New South Wales for her entire career. Now resides in Western Australia with the opportunity to train with the West Australian Institute of Sport under the tutelage of Shane Perkins. So far it's worked. Team Sprint national champions. It's a big ask though for Maya Dillon and Lilia Tatarinov to uproots and come all the way to Western Australia with no family, mums and dads staying on the east coast. They've repaid their faith in themselves and the faith from their families with a national championship last night. Lilia Tatarinov through the 200, heading down the back straight, nice and smooth, very, very strong. Where can she put herself in this leaderboard? Second through the first 100. She's there and thereabouts. Where's she going to stop the clock? Second fastest, 10.846 for Lilia. We welcome now on the home straight the Queen of Australian sprinting, ladies and gentlemen, from Victoria. This is Alessia McCaig. For those of you who are watching the World Cup coverage last couple of weeks in Perth, Western Australia, I had the pleasure of being able to be venue commentator with my mate Dabo Harris, and it was Alessia McCaig that made me almost lose my voice as she won the Kieran race in WA, screaming into the microphone, trying not to show any bias for the Australian riders, and my voice cracked in the last 50 metres, screaming McCaig as she won that Kieran race. Superb cyclist. She's been unbeatable in the last couple of years in the sprint competition in Australia. What can she do here, Alessia McCaig? Looking to go top of the leaderboard as she heads down the back straight here, moving beautifully. The championship record is 10.64. She's through the first 100, moving beautifully here. Is this a championship record? 6.44, just inside, yes. Inside the championship record here for Alessia McCaig. The old record, as I just confirm it, is 10.646. Alessia McCaig, 10.644, takes the championship record here today. So ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our men's elite sprint round. Round number 1. Winners go through to the round of 16. All others will go to the repechage. Lee Hoffman and James Brister, by virtue of being the first and second qualifiers. They get a bye on this round, so we welcome our first heat up onto the track. From Victoria, we welcome Zaran Fong Sutton, and from South Australia, we welcome Tate Ryan. South Australia, top 3 qualifiers in the sprint. So a big day of sprinting here. It's a long program, this first session of the day. Lots of sprinting ahead of us. Lots of repechages, lots of second chances for our riders here today. So Fong Sutton, we're trying to work out what to do against Tate Ryan. Head down the back straight. Starting to build up pace a little bit here. They're going to come around this time with 2 laps to go. Tate Ryan moves first, keeps Fong Sutton up on his hip here. Just trying to control things at the moment, trying to save the legs as much as he can, as he's the faster qualifier. Now he gets out of the saddle. He'll have the measure for speed against Fong Sutton, but you've still got to pay attention to your rider. But Tate Ryan has a big look over the shoulder, takes his ride in round number 1 the way he should. And we'll see Zaran come and race in the repechage. So this will be heat number 4. Heat number 4 is Daniel Barber versus Blake Long. But unfortunately, Blake Long has had to leave the competition due to medical reasons. So Danny Barber just has to present to the line. So he'll go through to the next round. So very unfortunate that we missed out on seeing Blake race, but he's had to withdraw due to medical reasons. And we look forward to seeing Dan Barber in the next round. Move on to our next heat now. Welcome our riders up onto the track. From Victoria, we welcome Daniel Power, and from Queensland, we welcome Byron Davies. So sorry. You got something here. Right. Daniel Power leads away. Byron Davies up behind him. Davies was the faster qualifier, but when we start going one-on-one, it's all tactics, it's all rider against rider. Davies is the type of rider who likes to get out, have clear air ahead of him, well and truly before they hit their final lap. And once he's got that clear air ahead of him, he's very, very difficult to get round the outside of. No pace on whatsoever in the banking. Nerves of steel, these guys. Superb bike handling. Gives everyone fright with the touch of the wheel there. We go through with 2 to go. Powell keeping a good eye on Davies here as they start to head to the back straight. Now he covers the track a little bit better there, Daniel Powell, because Byron Davies made him think about it. Oh, good piece of bike handling. Held it up as well as he moved sharply there. Daniel Powell has jumped himself into moving as they head down the back straight. Davies nonchalantly in the saddle. Got him within his measure as far as he's concerned as he comes up round the outside. Look at the closing speed of Byron Davies. My goodness me. When Daniel Powell moved, Byron Davies just sat down and went, I've got this. Great piece of riding from Byron Davies. Daniel Powell will see him again in the repechage. 10.96 the time. So move on to the next of our heats now. And this will be between the Queenslander Ryan Elliott and from the ACT Alex Schaefer. Schaefer's drawn top spot here. He'll lead away. Going to lead for the first half lap of the journey. Just at a walking pace though. Ryan Elliott straight up out of the junior ranks last year into the elite team. Medalled at the World Championships in the team sprint. And Alex Schaefer last week on several Masters Championships. Has to be said though, in the younger division, so I don't want you to think old father times in this bike race. He certainly is not. Alex Schaefer moving very nicely on the track. You have to try and work something out against Ryan Elliott because Elliott is super fast. One of our top up-and-coming junior sprinters. Now into the elite ranks. As they roll into the home straight this time. 2 laps to go, no pace on. Elliott wants to get things moving on a little bit as Schaefer goes to him. Up on the fence, got to give him room, and Elliott just letting him know that he can handle the track anywhere he wants to put him. Schaefer equal to the task though as they start to roll to the back straight. Elliott taking advantage of the run down the banking a little bit. Schaefer going with him though. This is a good piece of riding by Schaefer, trying to control things, showing Elliott every part of a track he knows all so well. Schaefer underway now. Elliott with the work to do, not quite in the slipstream. They move to the back straight. Oh, a big look over the shoulder there for Schaefer. Elliott was already under full gas. He's going to come to the home straight with good closing speed here, Ryan Elliott, and goes across comfortably in the end by about a half a wheel for the young Queenslander. Commentator radio check. Thank you. We move on now to our next round of the sprint. Still round number 1. This we ride 7 versus 18. This will be Jackson Williams from New South Wales coming up onto the track. And his opponent is Finn Carpenter from Western Australia. Carpenter, 7th in the end in qualifying. He was the first of our riders to go under 10 seconds here this morning. Silver medal last year in the 1,000-metre time trial. He's not ridden that one this year. Wanting to make the sprint and Kieran races his priority, and he will lead away. Both riders on the Dolan frames. Very similar in equipment, these two. Trying to get up around the outside. Jackson Williams wants to make a race of it. Interesting tactic here from the rider from New South Wales, going very, very early. And went from second wheel. Finn Carpenter getting up on top of the gear now as they come to the home straight. Just laying off Carpenter. Waiting to pounce here against Williams. It's an interesting tactic from Williams, but he's got nothing left as he goes through 200. And Carpenter can't believe his luck in round number 1. He's a good 1,000-metre time trialist, and he'll go across the line comfortably in the end and take his ride in the round number 1, 11.18, sitting up, and we'll see Jackson Williams in the repechage heats. We welcome our next riders up onto the track. This is 8 versus 17. We welcome rider number 5 is Xavier Bland. And his opponent from Victoria is Reuben Smith. So Reuben's drawn front spot, so he'll lead away for the first half lap. Good qualifying ride from Xavier. He's got himself up into that 8th spot. Riders are always happy if they can get into that top 8. That's the quarter-final spot, so if they can hold on to their seed throughout the day and get to the quarters. If they can get there unscathed, try to get there with as much powder still left in the keg, they'll be quite happy. Then they can start taking on the quarterfinals. But they have to pay attention to the racing beforehand, even though they're somewhat quicker than their opponent on the stopwatch. As we see with racing, tactics change everything in the rider versus rider racing as they come through with 2 laps to go. Reuben Smith has a good look over the shoulder at Xavier here. Just building up pace. Reuben Smith not leading at a superb pace. Now he is having a better look, paying a little bit better attention now to what Xavier Bland's doing. Dives down very early though. Xavier Bland will quite happy with that. He still gains height. Bland, Reuben Smith in 2 minds. Now he gets underway into the back straight. Moving nicely here, Reuben Smith. Xavier Bland very quick though as he comes through the bend. Got some work to do here, but I think he's got it in hand. He knew what he was doing. Xavier Bland perfectly timed around the outside of Reuben. move on now to our next heat, and we welcome Max Liebschnick from South Australia, and from Victoria we welcome Isaac Byrne. This is 9 versus 16. Both riders roll away together, shoulder to shoulder, had a look at each other. Just the walking pace, and that's all they've got to do here. So Liebschnick leading, only has to roll at a walking pace to the halfway line. He was the 9th qualifier here this morning, Max, and his opponent Isaac was 16th, so there's a little bit of difference in the time between these two. Liebschnick is such a tough, rough and tumble competitor, so fast in that standing lap that he does in the team sprint. Nice piece of riding here though from the Victorian. Isaac Byrne getting up round the outside. This is a new tactic that's being adopted by a few riders here today, and we'll go from second wheel and we'll go from 2 laps out. At least they're fully committed, but have a look at the body language of Max, and he was just coasting up the home straight. Now the closing speed down the back straight from the South Australian, up round the outside, leaving nothing to chance here against the Victorian. So Max will go through the round of 16. We'll see Isaac fight his way back through the repechage. We move on now to 10 versus 15 in qualifying. This will be Sam Gallagher from Victoria versus Flynn Underwood, our international competitor from New Zealand. Underwood leads away. You have to keep a good eye on Sam Gallagher here. Gallagher over the last 150 metres off the wheel, so sharp. Doesn't give his opponents any room whatsoever. He'll go elbow to elbow as he accelerates. Underwood just trying to hold things up. First of our attempted sort of track stands we're seeing here. Going to have to be very good against the likes of Sam Gallagher. He won't be worried by that sort of manoeuvre at all, but he will pay attention to it. So Underwood's got to try something, and he's trying it straight away from the outset. They come up with 2 laps to go this time. Underneath the scoreboard, dives down the track, Underwood. Going to see every single board in the track as he swings up and down, and now Gallagher gets underneath and finds his way into the metre line first. Now puts the New Zealander to the fence. They're both down inside the metre line now. Gallagher accelerates and committed. Gallagher stops the messing around and just gets on with the job at hand down the back straight. Underwood nowhere near the slipstream when they opened up. He's not going to get closer to it this time either, because Gallagher is going to coast through to the next round. We'll see Flynn into the repechages. We move on now to 11 versus 14. It's all a Victorian affair. Rider number 40 is Jade Madden. And rider number 31 is Nicholas Papadakis. Nick in the black helmet, Jade in the white helmet. Jade Madden leads away. He drew the front spot. So 11 versus 14. Nick Papadakis was the faster of the qualifiers, but not even a snap of the fingers between the speed between these two. So this should be a good one, a nice close one. Papadakis leads from coming to the home straight this time. Jade Madden leads the way. Keeping the pace high, lots of room to move for Papadakis as they head to the back straight, and Madden just loses sight of him a little bit and stays high. Papadakis takes advantage of this. Starts to build up pace here as they come into the home straight. Papadakis trying to make sure he stays in front of Madden as they head into the 200 this time. Down the back straight, Papadakis leads the way. Madden trying to come to him now. They'll come up into the home straight, the two Victorians, but Papadakis with too much power. As Madden throws it away on the final bend. And he's going to try and come back through the repechage, but Papadakis goes through from round one. One more heat to go in our men's round one. And it'll be a good one, 12 versus 13. The riders are called up onto the start line. We welcome from New South Wales, Noah Mason. And his opponent is Mitchell Louis from Queensland. Noah Mason draws front spot. He'll roll away. Be a good one between these two. Noah Mason, a real tough customer in the sprints. Mitchell Louis so fast. Once he accelerates and really gets on to top speed. And coming to the home straight, this time with 2 laps to go. Noah Mason keeping the head turned, trying to make sure loses sight of him. Mitchell Louis had an opportunity to go underneath, then decides he wants to come from second wheel against Noah Mason. Mason takes the get out of jail free card and now leads into the home straight nicely. Out of the saddle, Louis up onto the back wheel. Didn't give him a lot of space to run though. Now they're underway down the back straight. They're full on. Mason out of the saddle, kicks nicely. Keeps Louis on the hip as they come into the home straight. What can Louis do up the home straight? He can't get past the hip. It was good riding by Noah Mason. Accelerated just at the perfect time to keep Mitch Louis on the hip, and he'll go through to round number 1. We'll see Mitchell Louis try and find his way back through the repechage. A little bit of change of pace for us now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on to the 1,000 metre time trial qualifying for our women's under-19 time trial. 8 heats in all. We're looking for the top 8 riders into the final for this evening. So I've got a great field here. 8 heats in all, 16 riders looking for a spot in the final later tonight. We welcome heat number 1 out on to the start line. Welcome the back straight. Representing Queensland, this is Milan Bradshaw, and in the home straight, representing South Australia, this is April Catt. Away now, both riders on the standard handlebar setup, no tri bars for each. April Catt going out the first half lap a little bit quicker than Milan as they go through. Moving nicely, 20.69 for April Catt. So the first lap to the advantage of the South Australian here, and both riders moving nicely. We'll come round to their start-finish points and see how they go through the first 500 metres. 36.9, 37.3. Both riders still moving nicely, but this is where it starts to get tough in a 1,000 metre time trial. And both riders just in the stock standard position, haven't gone to the aero handlebar, which really does make a difference over the last part of the journey. Just enables you to hold the pace that little bit longer. And see both riders really starting to struggle over this last part. Milan Bradshaw, no more with the bent arms, straight arms from Milan. She's sat up in this ride, found it a bit too much. As April Catt comes into the home straight, she's going to finish off with her time, 1:14.850 for April. Milan Bradshaw will cross the line in 1:20.132. Move on now to heat number 2. And back straight, we welcome from Victoria, this is Madeline Douglas. In the home straight, representing New South Wales, this is Isabel Prince. Looks like an unfortunate pull of the foot down the back straight there for our Victorian rider. Just came out of the gate a little bit early and I think just clicked the foot out a little bit. Moving nicely now, Isabel Prince, the New South Wales rider, getting herself up and going. Madeline Douglas, though, she's up to top speed. Unfortunate standing start out of the gate, but it's not slowing her down now because she's really moving nicely. Douglas into the home straight. Nice and smooth. Unfortunate start, but she's making up for it nicely here. So smooth down the back straight. Prince into the home straight. She's moving nicely as well. You see what I mean about these aero tuck position, the tri-bars. They're just a lot more aerodynamic. They just seem to be able to hang on to the upper body, keep it nice and straight, nice and strong as they move through to the tougher part of the journey, because the last lap and a half of the kilo really does start to knock you from pillar to post. Good riding here from the Victorian. Second quickest time on the clock. She's not slowing down at all down the back straight though, moving to the line. Goes top of the leaderboard, 1:13.746. Isabel Prince crossed. Wait for her official time shortly. But Maddie Douglas, 1:13.746. Let's see if that will be enough to keep her in the top 8 for the final later this evening. We move on to our next heat now. We welcome in the home straight, representing Tasmania, this is Lucy Johnston. In the back straight, representing Victoria, this is Alana Lake. Both riders away nicely here. The Tasmanian rode last night in the points race. It was a tough ride. Alana Lake, how's she going to go here? Moving nicely. Sits down now. Alana Lake very quick through that first lap and moving nicely as she comes into the home straight. Still with the standard setup. Sprint position here. Rode well in the sprint earlier in the week. Now riding nicely here as she goes through the first 500. 38.242 for Alana Lucy Johnson in the 40s. Let's see how they go over the second part of the journey here. Alana Lake buries the head into the last lap and a half now. Gonna get bell lap this time. The legs still turning, the upper body not moving. Lucy Johnston still rocking and rolling nicely as she goes into the back straight this time. Hasn't really changed her pace too much, neither has Alana, but you can see Alana just starting to tie up a little bit now in this last half lap. Johnston, however, going to finish off strongly and goes across the line. Top spot for her for now. 1:13.442 for Lucy. Alana goes across 1:14.442. 1 second difference between them. Alana goes to third for now. Move on to our next heat now. From Queensland in the back straight, we welcome April Patty, and in the home straight from the ACT, we welcome Hannah Fattet. Fastest time so far, 1:13.442. Lucy Johnston from Tasmania. These riders looking just to make the top 8 here, so they can ride the final this evening. Away now, both riders. Nice start, lovely start here in the home straight from Hannah from the ACT. Driving nicely into the back straight. April coming into the home straight. Rode nicely in the sprint competition, both these riders. Had a good day of contest. Fattet goes through, a little bit quicker at the moment than the Queenslander. So the ACT rider moving nicely as she heads down the back straight. Just got the edge over the top of April for now. They'll come up with 2 laps to go. We'll see how they are on the leaderboard at the halfway point. 4th and 5th at the moment. But as we've seen in 1,000-metre time trial, the last lap, so important. Just trying to hang on to the pace. April Patty, she's still moving nicely as she goes into the back straight this time. Hannah Fattet will come through and receive the bell. Patty isn't slowing down though. She moves herself up into 3rd as Hannah Fattet starts to fall away off the pace. April Patty with half a lap to go. Up into 3rd. Has to just get a little bit more from it. She's not slowing down at all here, April, as she heads to the back straight. Can she go from 3rd or higher? Ends up 3rd, 1:13.874. Hannah Fattet goes 1:16.893. So April goes to number 3 for now. It was a good solid ride. Now, next heat coming out onto the track now. In the back straight, we welcome from Western Australia, Viana Najafian, and in the home straight from the ACT, we welcome Alexis Phillips. Powerful start out of the home straight here from Alexis Phillips, getting the bike up to speed and nicely. Najafian, the West Australian, rode the points race last night. It was very unfortunate to have a crash and have to abandon that race. It's good to see that she's bounced back here. The double disc on the West Australian as she heads down the back straight. No tri-bar set up, but moving nicely, slightly quicker from the right than the rider at the ACT at the moment. Viana moves through, moving nicely. Phillips into the nice aero position as she comes into the home straight at this time. The West Australian still leading the way, both riders sitting 4th and 8th at the moment. Najafian head down, lap and a half to go. This is where you've got to just shut out the world and just put all the power through your pedals now. The pain will start, but you've just got to dig and keep on digging here. Both riders in the same boat at the moment as they come into the home straight. This is Viana Najafian with half a lap to go, hanging on nicely in this heat. But you can see both riders really fighting through this last half lap. trying to get themselves to the line because it really does hurt. Viana goes across. 5th fastest, 1:14.799. Alexis 8th, 1:16.337. Well, with only 6 riders still to go, that means Lucy Johnston and Madeline Douglas have made their way into the final for this evening. They're both 1 and 2 on the leaderboard at the moment. And just 6 riders to go. They'll qualify. We welcome our next heat up onto the track. In the back straight from Queensland, we welcome Niamh Parslow. In the home straight from the ACT, we welcome Emily Watch. Beautifully out of the gate there, Emily Watts, timed to perfection, launched herself away. Niamh Parslow now into the home straight, moving nice and smooth, but Emily Watts using that sprinter explosiveness straight out of the gate, really motoring. Standard bike setup though, no tri bars for Emily. Elbows bent, back in the saddle, just going to lock that position in as she heads down the back straight. Niamh Parslow. Had a big week of racing already. Riding smoothly, but Emily Watts comes through. We'll have a look at the time. 3rd quickest at the moment. I thought she'd been faster than that the way she came out of the blocks. She heads down the back straight. Pace really dying off from Emily here. Almost going back to a walking pace. Niamh Parslow, however, persisting with the effort. Emily Watts comes into the home straight. 1 lap to go for her as Niamh Parslow really motors towards the finish line, the Queenslander. Half a lap to go now as she comes through. How's she going to go? She was 7th then, heading to the back straight. Niamh Parslow is going to stop the clock now. 4th fastest in the end. She didn't really slow down. 1:13.902. But that will be enough for Niamh to get herself up into the final. April Paddy will find herself there now as well, as we have 4 riders still to come. The next heat up onto the track now. We welcome in the back straight, representing New South Wales, Elsie Apps. And in the home straight, representing Queensland, this is Isabella Potts. Both riders away. Bella Potts in the home straight, nice and smooth out of the gate. Elsie Apps comes round, had a big night of racing in the points race last night. It was a tyres width away from the national title and lost the last sprint to Megan Moore. Megan Moore took her 2nd championship of the week. Potts moving nicely, 5th fastest after the first lap. Both riders into the aero position. Apps moving nicely now. We'll come through to the 500 metre mark, halfway now. Potts goes through, moves herself up to 4th. Apps comes up into 6th. Both riders riding themselves into this race nicely. Apps and Potts 2 and 3 now. We'll see how they go over the final lap and get the impression this is going to be 1-2 with these riders as they go through. Apps now goes to the front. Top spot for now. Isabella Potts in the 2nd position. Apps leads through, but there's nothing between them. They're going to get themselves into the final to race tonight. Elsie Apps heads towards the back straight. She's going to finish off, but just in front. 1:11.132, 1:11.628. Apps and Potts go 1-2 with just one heat to come. We move on now to the final heat over under 19,000 metre qualifying time trial. And we welcome our riders up onto the track. In the back straight, representing Western Australia, this is Maddie Pitt. And in the home straight, representing South Australia, it is Paige Squire. We're away now, Paige Squire versus Maddie Pitt. Paige Squire took the national championship in the sprint already this week. Maddie Pitt got herself up into the final 4 as well. Both riders, very accomplished riders in the sprint competition at national level. Paige Squire in the aero position, lies across the top of that bike, so aerodynamic as she heads down the back straight. Maddie Pitt buries the head, trying to get on top of things here. Paige Squire got herself up into 4th fastest so far. She'll get faster as this ride goes on. 3 versus 11. Pitt with some work to do here over the second part of the journey to get herself into the top 8. Paige Squire moves into 2. Pitt still in 11th. She's going to have to lift over this last lap and a half. Paige Squire comes up with 1 lap to go. Fastest time. Pitt goes into 9th. She's got to get up into 8 to make sure she qualifies for the final. Paige Squire now drops back to 3rd fastest. Pitt on 11th. Paige Squire going to get herself into the 8, but she's not going to qualify in top spot. 3rd for her. Maddie Pitt's going to cross the line. Crosses in 11th in the end. 1:11.902 for Paige Squire. Maddie Pitt 1:15.157. Not going to do enough to get into the final here. Elsie Apps is our top qualifier with a 1:11.132. Then Izzy Potts 1:11.62. Paige Squire, Lucy Johnston, Madeline Douglas, April Paddy, Neve Parslow, and Alana Lake will find herself in the final later this evening.
expected to see a couple of riders on the start line.
We move on now to our men's elite sprint repechage. The start list for this one is Zaran Fong Sutton versus Jade Madden from Victoria. Both riders from Victoria. Winner goes through to the round of 16. Zaran to lead. Zaran leads away from Jade. So the first of our repechages was actually going to be Mitchell Louis, but he gets a bye because Blake Long was a medical scratching. So Mitchell Louis finds himself into the next round already without having to ride in the repechage. And this is our next sprint round, which is our next repechage anyway, repechage number 2. As they go through this time, Zaran leads the way, keeping the pace up nicely as they head down the back straight. They're going to go early against Jade because he saw Jade was laying off. They'll come into the home straight this time. Sutton leading the way. 1 lap to go. Jade Madden with some work to do, but he looks quite comfortable as they go to the 200 and they head down the back straight. Jade knew exactly the pace he had to close with, and he'll get himself up round the outside. He'll go through to the next round. We'll see Zaran in a ride-off for placings later. Repechage number 3. Welcome to the track. Daniel Power from Victoria and Flynn Underwood representing New Zealand here at our national championships. Great to have him. Winner will go through to the next round. The loser will go to a ride-off for placings. Don't forget, folks, if you're joining us in the grandstand, go and check out the merchandise that's on offer. We've got AusCycling merchandise as well. Coffee keep cups and bags available with the AusCycling logo. Been very, very popular throughout the last couple of years. And of course, we've got the Yeti mugs on sale from the Brisbane Cycling Festival. You can also get those online in our shop. Go to the AusCycling website. They head down the back straight. Daniel Power is keeping the power going as he comes into the home straight at this time. He's got a good distance in front of Flynn Underwood. Underwood goes high looking for some pace, but Power was already underway as they head down the back straight. Underwood's closing speed is very rapid here as they come up to the bend. The New Zealander up round the outside, going to find himself in the next round of sprinting here on the Meares Velodrome. Nice ride there from Flynn Underwood. Move on to repechage number 4. And welcome the rider from the ACT. This is Alex Schaefer, and his opponent from Victoria is Isaac Byrne. Just leading down the back straight, walking pace to the halfway. What is it now? Just going up the track, and Alex just covering it, making sure he just dictates terms to the Victorian opponent. Well, come through the bend this time. No pace on. Good bike handling here from the Victorian, just trying to get up on top of the gear a little bit more to keep momentum in the banking. I'll come through this time with 2 laps to go. Isaac Byrne threatening to go underneath here. Plenty of track to work with as they go underneath the scoreboard. Flick of the wheel, doesn't move. Isaac Byrne quite happy for Alex Schaefer to lead this one out a bit longer as they start to build pace. Now he moves nicely here. Isaac Byrne using all the backing to get on top of the big gear. Schaefer though, he's got himself in the slipstream as they head down the back straight. He's got some work to do, a lot of work to do now, because Byrne's still riding him off as they come into the home straight. Byrne too strong from the front here. He'll go through. Schaefer will have to go for a ride off for placings. Welcome our next heat up onto the line. This will be between the Victorian Reuben Smith and from New South Wales, Jackson Williams. Riders just holding up the pace as they head out of the back straight this time. New South Welshman Williams leading the way. Just trying to, a bit of a coming together there as they go through. Reuben Smith, first one in the metre line. Williams is going to have to move out of there. Muscles his way over the top. So coming together in the home straight at the end of that lap. And then Williams just muscles his way forward in front of Smith. Smith was already in the sprinters lane as they head down the back straight. But have a look at the pace from Reuben Smith. It's not going to matter up round the outside, the Victorian. Too quick for Jackson. Reuben Smith goes across the line and goes to the next round. Just before we move on to the next heat, previous heat between Jackson Williams. Jackson Williams is warning A5 for dangerous riding. Jackson Williams has a warning, the A5 for dangerous riding from the previous heat. Both riders shake hands in the back straight. Great sportsmanship shown. And Jackson will live to fight another day in the ride-off for placings. We now move on to our elite sprint for the women, round one. This is 1 versus 16. This is Alicia McCaig versus Victoria Smith. This is round one. McCaig leads down the back straight, just keeping a good eye on Victoria Smith. She has Victoria Smith's measure in the speed and the strength part here. Alicia McCaig, the last couple of years in women's sprinting, has not been bettered by anyone in Australia. Sort of a superb win in a couple of weeks ago, the World Cup in Western Australia in the Kieran event. She leads here. Good tempo up the home straight, doing what she has to do to make sure she goes through comfortably to the next round up against Victoria Smith. The next heat coming out onto the track now, we welcome our rider from South Australia, Mirella Willis-Hell, and from Queensland, we welcome Danica Blinko. Danica's drawn at front spot, she'll lead away this time. Riders in round one, they pass a qualifier. It's one of those rides that they just want to make sure they go through the motions, not try to use too much energy. It's a very big day of sprinting today and tomorrow for our elite competition. Finishing off with quarterfinals this evening, then they'll be back for semis and finals tomorrow. Blinko leads down the back straight nicely here. And the South Australian just laying off just a tad too much against a faster qualifier here. And so much work to do for the South Australian. There's not going to be any dive bomb advantage here. He's too far behind. Blinko through the 200 as she goes down the back straight now. Has a look under the shoulder. And turns off the gas through the bend because the tactics just weren't up to the standard against Blinko here. She'll go through to the next round comfortably. And we will see, the South Australian again as they go through, heading down the back straight. Our next heat now coming up onto the start line. Welcome from Queensland, the riders drawn front spot. This is Olivia Wright and her opponent from Western Australia, Lilia Tataranoff. Western Australia out of New South Wales. We must mention New South Wales when we talk about Lilia Tataranoff and also Maya Dillon. Opportunity dried up somewhat for the sprinters in New South Wales, and Tataranoff and Dillon offered an opportunity to train and race in Western Australia as part of the West Australian Institute of Sport, and made the very big, bold decision to travel the other side of the country. I am biased though, it is perfect Perth. Even so, they are away from family and close friends, had to make new friends who become their family in Perth, and it's worked out well for them with the Team Sprint Championship last night for the West Australian women. Olivia Wright doing a good job here, keeping the pace up, making Lily Tataranoff think about what she has to do here. She'll have the pace against the Queenslander, but she's got to be able to show her some respect here as they go through the 200. Tataranoff heads down the back straight in the slipstream. The closing speed of Tataranoff looks so sharp. Up round the outside, she's going to go through to the next round here. Comfortable riding here from Lilia Tataranoff. Our next heat comes up onto the track. This is 4 versus 13. Molly McGill, the faster qualifier from Queensland. Her opponent is Ning Chen from Victoria. Molly McGill leads away down the back straight this time. Just the walking pace, as we see, quite comfortable. She has the speed and measure of her opponent, but got to get the tactics right each time. And Molly McGill, another one of our riders in the top echelon of qualifiers here, who'll just be trying to get through unscathed, just trying to save the legs a little bit when they can in these early rounds. There's a good few days of racing here. Team sprint and sprint for Molly McGill. Still got the Kieran to come. So it's a lot of warming up, warming down, keeping the body refreshed whilst you're racing. There's hot conditions in the track centre and in the grandstand here at the Meares Velodrome today. So just a reminder to everyone in the grandstand, the kiosk is open. Make sure you get some cool refreshments, everything on offer as Molly McGill builds up nicely. Speed goes up. Ning Chen taking her on, getting up into the slipstream here, the Victorian. It's forcing Molly McGill to really have to ride through the 200 here. They head down the back straight. McGill underway, showing good respect here to her opponent, Molly McGill, and she comes into the home straight. She'll take that one out and go through to the next round. Our next heat comes up onto the line now. It's all Victorian affair here. Rider number 75's drawn front spot. This is Hope Harnety, and her opponent qualified 5th here this morning, Imogen Gelbart. Superb ride in qualifying, 10.888. She's very happy about it as well. Hope Harnety leads into the home straight this time. Just keeping an eye on where Imogen is. Turned up here with some great form, Imogen. 200 metre qualifier. Superb. They head down the back straight this time. Harnety, not a lot of pace on. Now sees that Gelbart gets a little bit more height, so now speeding up. Leading out nicely here, Harnety. Gelbart's going to have to get a little bit closer here as they start to build up with one to go. Harnety down the back straight. Have a look at Gelbart. She has turned up here with some form this year. Imogen round the outside, comfortably going to go through to the next one. Very nice to see. Gelbart goes through to the next round. Our next heat coming up onto the track, 6 versus 11. And welcome from Queensland. Rider number 62 is Sophie Watts. And her opponent from Western Australia is Maya Dillon. The story of two coasts between these two riders. Sophie Watts started her cycling briefly in Western Australia, then moved to Queensland. It's gone from strength to strength ever since she's been here. And of course, Maya Dillon has gone from New South Wales to Western Australia. Who said Australia was a big country? It's short. It's just a plane flight away. Go anywhere you like. Sophie Watts is liking the fact that she's leading this one out. Maya Dillon would have been hoping for a bit faster qualifier. Australian champion last night, ended up being the starter of the West Australian team. And I know she hasn't used this as an excuse, but she has quite the wrist problem at the moment from a crash a little while ago. So she's done very well this week. Going to go home with the national champions jersey. They're coming to the home straight this time. Sophie Watts leads out, but Maya Dillon is going to take her on up round the outside. This is good riding by the young rider, but Sophie Watts is so strong. Member of the Australian team sprint team in the World Cup just a few weeks ago with Lilia Tataranoff and Christine Perkins, and Watts is going to come into the home straight, take that one out. But Maya Dillon, she took her on well. Just the 2 heats to go in our women's elite sprint round number 1. And welcome our next rider up onto the track now, representing Queensland. This is Ella Liang, and from South Australia we welcome Brianna Hargrave. Brianna's drawn front spot. She was the faster qualifier between these two. It's the experience versus the youth here. Brianna Hargrave been at the top of Australian sprinting for a very, very long time. Multiple times Australian team sprint champion. She's had her opportunity in the last few years to ride in the Australian team colours. It was very tough to break into those colours with the calibre of sprinters that we've had over the years with Anna Meares, Carly McCulloch, Steph Morton, just to name our best few. Hargrave keeping a good eye on Liang here. Liang trying to get herself up round the outside now. They come to the home straight. Brianna Hargrave leads out. Ella Liang looking for some height just to give herself a bit more room to move as they go to the back straight this time. Hargrave on the front, but Liang getting up to the outside. Needs to get to the elbow, to the handlebar as they go around the outside here. Brianna Hargrave strong from the inside position though. Ella Liang couldn't quite get herself around the outside. Experience playing the better there, but Brianna Hargrave was the faster qualifier and she'll go through to the next round. This is our final heat of round number 1. Welcome onto the track. This is our 8th fastest qualifier, Emma Stevens from Queensland. And her opponent is our 9th fastest qualifier, Christine Perkins. Christine Perkins leads away. Australian champion last night in the team sprint. A famous story, 18 years between world championship medals, left the sport. Married Shane Perkins. They've got 2 wonderful kids. Took up bodybuilding and body sculpting as a profession and personal training. Came back to the sport when Shane Perkins decided to retire and get into the coaching side of things, and found out that she was going faster some 15 years later than she was when she raced, which she certainly wasn't going slower. And she's getting better and better with strength, and then last year took a World Championship medal in the team sprint 18 years after the first one. Now Australian champion again as well. She's medalled in the Australian team program. They'll come into the home straight this time. Christine Perkins leads through with 1 lap to go. Emma Stevens with work to do, but they're going down the back straight. This is the best sprint we've seen so far. Perkins still out of the saddle as they start to line up into the home straight. Perkins trying to hang on. Stevens just up around the outside. Emma Stevens just with the throw. I think you'll find will get there by the width of her tyre. Good sprinting between these two. So we move on now to event 60. This is our men's elite sprint. This is basically a sprint for placings. 19th, 20th and 21st place on the line here for our riders. This is the final ride in the sprint competition. Daniel Power is the man who's drawn the front spot. He will lead away, the Victorian. He's got Alex Shea from the ACT with him and Zarin Fong Sutton. Power leads the way in front of Schaefer. Fong Sutton in third wheel, just the walking pace. Always good to see the 3-up sprints on the track. And they lead it down the back straight into the bend. Power, Schaefer, Fong Sutton start to build up pace. They want to get caught flat-footed at the front with no pace on. Power with Schaefer. Just keeping them high. Good riding here from Power. Keeping an eye on everyone, dictating terms, covering the track. They start to build up pace here as they come into the bend. Power goes down low. Not underway just yet. Good riding by him at the moment. Schaefer moving around a little bit. Fong Sutton goes with him. Power down the back straight, giving it everything he's got now. Schaefer runs to him now as they come through the 100. Power a little bit too strong from the front though. Can Schaefer get around the outside? Yes, he can. The ACT rider didn't look like he was going to get there for one moment because he was so wide around the bend, but too strong, too fast. Schaefer takes that win. That will put him into 19th, Power 20th, and Zarin Fong Sutton 21st. Just wait for our commissaires and officials to move into place. We're moving on to the next of our time trial qualifications. So ladies and gentlemen, we move on to event 61. If you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, be sure and let people that we are live and we're moving on to the men's under 19 time trial qualifying. We have 11 heats in all. Our first rider is about to come up onto the track. We welcome the rider from Queensland, Rory Fisk. The top 8 riders will go to the final later this evening in the 1,000 metre time trial for under 19 riders. So Rory away, our first rider, out on track. Into the speed nicely. 20.5 for the first standing lap. Nice ride here from Rory as he heads down the back straight. No tri bars, standard bike with a disc wheel. Making good pace at the moment through the 500. 35.65. I'll sound like a broken record, but it's at this point of the ride the tri bars really come into effect if you've got them. Just to be able to hold on to your form and your position that little bit more. You're going to be so strong through the torso if you're not going to use them. 7:50 done, 52 seconds for Rory. Heads down the back straight. This is where you've got to dig in, and Rory is finding it tough as he starts to come through the final bend here. Pedaling nicely. He's going to come up and finish his time. 1:10.333 for Rory Fisk. So Rory Fisk, 1:10.333 to get us underway. We move on to our next heat now. We welcome in the back straight our rider from Victoria. This is Alistair Forsyth. And in the home straight from New South Wales, we welcome Gabriel Jacobson. Both riders away nicely, double discs, aero positions set to go for these two. 1:10.333, the time on the number 1 spot at the moment with our first rider. Rory Fisk has done his ride. See how they go through the first lap. 20.6 and 21.3, so outside the time of Rory. So he did a faster first lap start. He did suffer in that last lap, so these two have got some work to do, but I've got the feeling they're going to be quite good over the second part of the journey here. Both riders trailing the time of Rory just at the moment, but the aero position really does come into play, and Forsyth has got himself up into the top spot now. The Victorian goes down the back straight with 1 lap to go, and he is really moving nicely here, Alistair Forsyth. That aero position not slowing down at all. He does not look like he's slowing down one little bit. Forsyth, he's going to go to the back straight. Great time, 1:04.513 from our second heat, if you don't mind. Gabriel Jackson, 1:08.533, but Alistair Forsyth, you get the feeling he's going to sit up in the hot seat for quite some time in this top 8 qualifying. We move on to heat number 3 now. We welcome in the back straight. Number 100 from Queensland is George Tucker. In the home straight from Tasmania, we welcome Angus Gulick. Away now in heat number 3. Queensland versus Tasmania, 1:04.513, Alistair Forsyth. Superb time. Make the call early. That's going to get him through to the top 8, no trouble whatsoever. These two riders moving nicely, 4th and 5th in the first laps in the 22s. But they're settled in to the aero position, moving very nicely indeed. They'll come back to their start-finish places for the first 500. Just trailing in 4th and 5th position at the moment, so a little bit of work to do for both. Need to have a big finish here. They'll come round and receive 1 lap to go each. George Tucker moving up nicely, so is Angus Gulick. Tucker still leading the way, got himself up only the 4th at the moment. See how he can go over this last part of the journey. He's leading the Tasmanian, now he's got himself up into 3rd. Finishing on nicely here, George Tucker, as he goes to the back straight. He'll cross the line into 3rd fastest time so far, 1:08.597, 1:09 for Angus Gulick. We move on to our next heat now. We welcome in the back straight from Western Australia is Trent Rensburg, and in the home straight from Victoria is Samuel Hudson. Both riders away nicely. We saw Rensburg ride the composite team last night in the team sprint. Very fast starter. Let's see what he can do over 1,000 metres here. Rensburg heads down the back straight. Goes through 19.498, the fastest time so far of our starters. Rensburg comes through now. Moving nicely. Heads towards the 500. What can Trent Rensburg do through the 500 here? 34.347 for Rensburg. Still on the stock standard bike though. Moves through this time. This is where it's going to start to get tough for Rensburg in the standard position, but he's still the fastest rider to this point. Starting to really slow down though as he went through. To get one lap to go. Sam Hudson with some work to do to try and get back to Trent Rensburg. You can see Rensburg rocking and rolling the shoulders, just trying to put the power through. The Victorian is going to reel him in as they come into the home straight, and he'll take the heat. 108.370. Rensburg fell away to a 108.602, but his first lap and 500 was excellent. Move on to our next heat now. We welcome in the back straight from Western Australia. This is Patrick Shupkowski. In the home straight from New Caledonia, we welcome Enzo Mataredo. Way now in this heat. Mataredo has gone out very nicely. The rider from New Caledonia settled in. 20.6 versus 21.5 to Shupkowski here. Moving nicely, the rider from New Caledonia. Will come to the home straight this time, receive 2 laps to go. Got himself up into third place at the moment. Shupkowski starting to really gain momentum though, as he comes down the back straight, home straight rather, with a lap and a half to go for Shupkowski. Mataredo's got himself up to third, hasn't gone any further than third at the moment. He's hanging on to that third place. Shupkowski's now got himself up to fourth. They'll come into half a lap to go, these two riders. Nothing between them. It's a good contest. Mataredo's got himself up into second fastest with half a lap to go. Shupkowski trying to get to him. They'll go together almost the same. 107.264 to the New Caledonia rider, 107.539 to Shupkowski. Good rides. Gets them both up into the top end of the leaderboard. Second and third for now. Looking forward to this one. Heat number 6, we welcome in the back straight from Western Australia, Lincoln Andrews. In the home straight from Victoria, Benjamin Lucia. Away now in the home straight. Ben Lucia, if you were here watching the individual pursuit just the other day, rode a 1.6 for his first 1,000 metres. It was very quick over that first couple of kilometres in the individual pursuit. We'll see what he can do in a 1,000 metre time trial. The scoreboard, just at the wrong moment, playing around with us a bit. Lincoln Andrews was the team sprint champion of Australia last year in the under-17s. So two very, very quick bike riders, very quick indeed. No scoreboard at the moment, unfortunately, as they'll come through with 500 metres to go. Lucia in front of Andrews for the moment and really starting to motor down the back straight. Lucia leads the way in this competition and will come up to get one lap to go this time. Sorry for the lack of scoreboard timing at the moment, but Lucia is not slowing down at all here. Really flying down the back straight. He rode a 1.6 starting kilo in the pursuit the other day. I'm sure this is going to be quicker. We'll find out soon enough. Goes across the line and Lincoln Andrews finishes off as well. We'll get those times to you very shortly. We move on to our next heat, heat number 7. We welcome the back straight from New Caledonia, Chad Charay, and in the home straight from Victoria, we welcome Alistair Norris. Away now in this heat, Victoria versus New Caledonia. I can confirm to you, Ben Lucia's time, 1:03.973. Ben Lucia goes top of the leaderboard, and Lincoln Andrews goes to number 3 with a 1:07.257. So great ride from our previous heat. Our next two riders underway here, nothing between them. 20.6, 20.7 for these two riders. It's a good contest. Just the 0.2, not even between these two riders, Norris and Charay. Norris leads the way, 35.5 to 36.10. Norris moving nicely down the back straight. 1:03.97 is the time to get yourself on top of this leaderboard to qualify for the final. Norris goes through, third quickest at the moment. Charay, the 6th fastest at the moment. We've still got a number of riders still to come. Norris is moving nicely though, not really slowing down at all as he comes into the home straight this time to finish off his ride, and he'll stop the clock. 1:06.222, and Charay went through in around 1:09 without the stopwatch stopping, but we'll get that official time shortly. So Alistair Norris, 1:06.222, puts himself up into third place, and Chad Charay is looking for him to time. I think it's 1:08.222, 1:08. We'll get his time very shortly, officially. Top 4 at the moment is Lucia, Forsyth, Norris, all from Victoria, and then Lincoln Andrews. Now, next heat, we welcome in the back straight from Tasmania. This is Max Woodruff, In the home straight from South Australia, this is Mitchell Stevens. Stevens away in the home straight. Standard handlebar set up here. And very much starting like he's doing a team sprint start here. Mitch Stevens really moving. Woodruff getting himself going, getting the big gear going. He'll put himself into the aero position. Stevens goes through, absolutely flying through that first lap, 18.866. Very quick indeed. Woodruff coming through. Stevens flying through this first 500. On the standard bike setup though, starting to lose power. Starting to lose power quite quickly here. Woodruff goes through. Stevens is still the fastest time to this point in the ride. He's going to come through this time. Drops right off the pace now, Mitch Stevens. Woodruff goes through. Third fastest at the moment from Max Woodruff. Stevens slowing right down. Woodruff comes across the line. Fourth fastest, 106.569. Stevens goes through 109.488. Move on to our next heat now. We welcome in the back straight from Western Australia, we welcome Cooper Dunlop. In the home straight from South Australia, we welcome Benjamin Cade. 6 riders to go, meaning that Ben Lucia and Alistair Forsyth, they have got themselves through now into the final tonight. No real surprise there, riding a 103 and then riding a 104. Pretty well guarantee you're going to make the final. They're safe. And getting underway in the home straight. South Australian on a big gear, but nice and smooth, powerful ride as he heads towards the back straight. Cooper Dunlop, the West Australian, getting on top of the gear nicely here. Just bobbing at the head. Rocking and rolling. The West Australian goes through, quickest of these two through that first half lap. Cooper Dunlop, full steam now as he comes up the home straight and moving nicely on the point of the saddle. Does every single discipline there is to do with a bike. Cooper Dunlop goes through. Third quickest at the moment in the 500, 34.9. Leading the way in this ride, but Cade not going anywhere and he looks very smooth, the South Australian as well. Dunlop gets himself up into the second quickest position at the moment as they go through with a lap to go. Now he gets himself into the top spot, the young West Australian, into the home straight with half a lap to go. Can he hang on to this ride? Cooper Dunlop leading with half a lap to go and he's not really slowing down. He hits the back straight, goes across second quickest, 104.290 to Ben Cade's 105.124. Great ride by both boys. We welcome our penultimate heat out onto the track now. Representing Queensland in the back straight, we have Lockie Walters. In the home straight, we have from the ACT, Angus Withington. .973. Ben Lucia is the leader of the bike race at the moment for this qualifying round. Cooper Dunlop from WA, 104.29. Then Alistair Forsyth, 104.513. They're the top three so far. Moving nicely, these two. Very fast start here from Withington, still on the stock standard bike setup. 4 riders and all to go, so Cade, Forsyth, Dunlop and Lucia, they're riding the final later tonight. It's the next group. They're going to wait to see the result of this one, but Withington really moves through that first 500 nicely. We'll see how he can hang on to it over the last lap and a half though, because Lockie Walters is coming home very quickly indeed as he goes to the lead here. Lockie Walters, and he's the quickest time through there as well. Lockie Walters moving nicely, going very nicely indeed. Let's see what Lockie Walters can finish off with here. Withington's fallen off the pace. Walters, though, goes across. Quickest time, 1:03.440. Withington goes 1:06.668. But Lockie Walters, top of the leaderboard with 1 heat to go. So our top 6 at the moment is Alistair Norris in 6th place. Then we go Cade in 5th, Forsyth in 4th, Dunlop in 3rd, Lucia in 2nd. Lockie Walters puts himself top of the leaderboard with 1:03.44. 1 heat to go. Max Woodruff and Angus Withington sitting in the hot seats at the moment in 7th and 8th. Welcome in the back straight from Queensland. Fantastic point score win the other night. We welcome Zachary Douglas Savage. And in the home straight from South Australia, we welcome Alec Guglielmucci. Both riders on very, very big gear ratios here, and the way they got them away in that first 30 to 40 metres. Nothing between the two of them. 12th and 13th through that first half lap. That doesn't surprise me at all, the way they were getting them away from the starting gate. Still 12th and 13th through that first lap. Now we'll see the pace start to pick up. 6th and 13th, Zach Douglas Savage with some work to do on the next bit, but Guglielmucci, the South Australian, really starting to motor. 34.9, 35.7. Let's see how they go over the last part of the journey here. The South Australian not slowing down. Zach, a little bit of work to do still as they come up with 1 lap to go. Guglielmucci gets himself up into 4th. Douglas Savage gets himself up now into 9th place. I think they're going to be okay here. Zach with a little bit of work to do. He's up into 8th. He's going to be okay. They go across the line now. Guglielmucci 4th. Zach Douglas Savage goes across and qualifies in 8th place. Guglielmucci goes 1:04.388. Zachary Douglas Savage goes 1:06.326. That will put him in 8th place, just inside the time of Max Woodruff. So Lockie Walters, Ben Lucia, Cooper Dunlop, they're the top 3. Alec Guglielmucci, then we have Alistair Forsyth, Ben Cade, Alistair Norris and Zach Douglas Savage. They're our top 8, and they will fight for the championship later this evening. We now move on to repechage number 1 of our women's elite sprint contest, and we welcome the Queensland rider Victoria Smith up against the West Australian Christine Perkins. Smith draws a front spot and leads away when it goes through to the next round, and the loser will race for a place and a ride-off. Go through 2 laps to go this time. Victoria Smith just keeping an eye on where Christine Perkins is. Perkins will fancy herself in this one to be able to come off the wheel. Smith making this a long sprint this time. Perkins just lays off, gives herself a little bit of room to move here. Still quite comfortable as they go towards the 200 and through the bend. Perkins up round the outside, down the back straight. She's going to go through to the next round. Just accelerates a bit more to get round and make sure of it. Has a look over the shoulder. Christine Perkins comfortably through the repechage. We'll see Victoria Smith again racing for a place. Welcome repechage number 2 now. From South Australia we have Mirella Willis-Hell, and from Queensland we have Ella Liang. Willis-Hell leads away after drawing a front spot. On paper, Ella Liang certainly got the measure of her opponent in this one. You've got to get the tactics right though. She had a good race against Brianna Hargrave, Ella, but Brianna Hargrave a little bit too strong and fast and a little bit more experience against the first year elite rider in Ella Liang, so she'll learn from it. Shouldn't be worried too much by it either. Brianna Hargrave, an extremely tough competitor. They head to the back straight. Liang taking advantage of the fact that Willis-Hell just took her eyes off her opponent. They'll come into the home straight this time. Ella Liang always happy to go close to her rivals as they head down the back straight this time. Willis-Hell did the right thing, try to force her way through the gap. They head down the back straight though. Ella Liang's going to have too much power, too much pace here. She will go through to the next round. And we'll see Mirella Willis-Hell race for a place. Repechage number 3 coming up onto the track now. We welcome from Queensland Olivia Wright, and her opponent from Western Australia is Maya Dillon. Just the walking pace from Olivia. Going to keep an eye on Maya Dillon. It's going to be a good contest between these two. Nothing really too much between them. No pace on at all. Plenty of sprinting still to come here today. And the elite men out on track soon. Also got the Para Elimination Championship during this to finish off the session this morning, so lots to look forward to, and teams pursuing as well. Plenty of action here on the Meares Velodrome today. And I'll come up with 2 laps to go. Olivia Wright just keeping an eye on where Maya Dillon is. They'll start to pick up pace a little bit as they head towards the back straight this time. Maya Dillon using the advantage of the fact that Wright wasn't really looking. However, she's got to put a little bit more into it than that, because Olivia Wright tried to just keep her where she wanted her to be. They come into the home straight this time, and the challenge from Olivia Wright. Maya Dillon has a good look over the shoulder. Now they head down the back straight. Has to be full commitment now. Maya Dillon leads the way. Olivia Wright can't get round into the slipstream. Maya Dillon's going to find herself in another round of sprinting, which is nice to see. Olivia Wright, we'll see her again in the write-off for a placing. Repechage number 4 comes up onto the track now. This is an all-Victorian affair. Ning Chen, rider number 74, up against Hope Harnety, rider number 75. Ning drawed plumb spot, and she will lead away. These two riders will know each other very well, looking to get into the next round or sprint for a place early in the day. Hope Harnety just giving herself a little bit of space here. As they'll come into the home straight at this time with 2 laps to go. Ning Chen staying high on the banking, couldn't really see where Hope was because she was down the bottom. Now she keeps a better eye on, trying to just see what she's doing. Every time she goes high, Hope Harnety goes low. Now Ning Chen down the back straight says, oh well, if you're going to give me a bit of space, I'm going to try and use it. They'll come into the home straight this time. Ning Chen committed from a long way out here. Hope Harnety with some work to do. Hasn't quite got herself close enough yet to use any slipstream. Chen down the back straight. Hope Harnety still coming at her now though. They'll come through the bend. Has Chen done enough? Can Harnety close? How fast can she close? They come down to the line, and I think you'll find Ning Chen did enough to hang on. We'll wait for the official one, but I think you'll find Ning did enough to hang on and take that one out in front of Hope. There was nothing between them, and she does. She goes through to the next round, and we'll see Hope Harnety sprinting for her place. We'll move on now to our men's elite sprint, round of 16. Once again, Lee Hoffman, we won't see him unfortunately. He has a bye due to the fact of a medical retirement earlier in the day by one of our riders. So Lee Hoffman has a bye, so we move on to our next heat. We welcome from Victoria, Reuben Smith. And he'll be going up against the South Australian James Brister. Reuben Smith 10.41 in qualifying, James Brister 9.66. Big day of sprinting here for our riders. We started the competition at 10 a.m. It's just gone past 1 o'clock here at the Meares Velodrome, and we're to the round of 16. Tonight on the program we'll see our sprinters out there again in the women and the men's division, but we'll be seeing the quarterfinals because tomorrow will be the semis and finals in our sprint competition. So good couple of days of sprinting. Reuben Smith trying to see where James Brister is as they head down the back straight, keeping the pace up. Brister not too worried. He'll feel he's got the measure here, but he's going to have to get a little bit closer. 10.4 against 9.66. Let's have a look at what this looks like in real life as they head down the back straight. And Reuben Smith leads, but up around the outside comes Brister. For those who wanted to know, that's the difference between 10.4 and 9.6, and we'll see Reuben racing a little bit later in a repechage. James Brister closing speed was fantastic. Welcome our next heat up onto the track now. From Victoria, we welcome Isaac Byrne. And from South Australia, we have Tate Ryan. Tate Ryan's drawn the front spot. He'll roll away, just at the walking pace though. Tate Ryan just keeping our official starter on their toes. And roll down the back straight this time. Once again, there's a fair bit of time difference between these two. Tate Ryan this morning had himself in the 9.6s, just like his teammate James Brister. He rode 9.69. Isaac Byrne rode 10.37. Coming to the home straight this time, received 2 laps to go. Ryan did very well last night. Last man to go in the 1,000-metre time trial. Tried something new, tried a different gear. Found it a bit heavy, but got away with the execution of it. Still took the gold medal in front of Tom Cornish. And coming to the home straight this time. Ryan keeping a good eye on his opponent in Isaac Byrne. Byrne right up onto the wheel. Not fully on just yet. Now Tate Ryan goes into the back straight. You see the gap open up all of a sudden. 2 bike lengths, comes 3 as they come into the home straight this time. Tate Ryan will go across and get himself through to the next round. And we'll see Isaac try to come back through the repechage. The next heat coming up now, right on its fourth qualification versus 15th in this situation. Welcome our New Zealand rider Flynn Underwood, and his opponent from New South Wales is Daniel Barber. Underwood's drawn front spot, he'll roll away and lead this first half lap at the very least. Underwood leads into the home straight. 2 to go when they come through. Just having a good eye on Barber. A bit of time difference between the two. Barber will back himself to be able to get the slipstream and come round when he needs to here against Underwood. Underwood taking him on though as they come to the home straight. Barber straight up round the outside, not going to mess around, has a look under the shoulder. Heads down the back straight and starts to ride away from the New Zealander. He did it with very quick acceleration there, Danny Barber. He goes through to the next one. We'll see Flynn try and come back through the repechage. Next heat coming up onto the line, we welcome our Victorian rider Jade Madden, and his opponent will be Byron Davies. Davies draws a front spot, leads down the back straight to start things off. Already taken a national championship here this week in the para tandem, piloting Bo Wooten, Byron Davies. So he's going to have a big week of sprinting. And also in the time trial and the para-tandem as well. They move down the back straight. Davies just loses sight of Madden a little bit. Madden trying to take him on early here. Gets up round the outside. Can he get round the outside? No. Byron Davies finally gets up onto the top of that gear, and Madden just puts out the white flag straight away. As soon as Davies pushed his way back through the gap, Jade knew, saved the legs for the next one. Byron Davies. Good piece of riding. Good effort by Jade though. Tried to take him on around the outside, but he sees better for it and saves the legs for the next. We move on now, 6th versus 13th. We welcome rider number 14, first rider up onto the track. This is Ryan Elliott, and his opponent will be his teammate from Queensland, Mitchell Louis. Mitch Louis leads away, drawing front spot. These two will know each other very well indeed. No pace on between the two Queenslanders as they head down the back straight this first time. Come up this time with 2 laps to go. And Louis leads from Elliott. Starting to pick up pace down the back straight, Mitch Louis. And keep a good eye on where Elliott is. He knows the closing speed of Ryan Elliott as they come up to get 1 lap to go now. Mitch Louis still having a good look over the shoulder. And take him on down the back straight now. Elliott trying to get to him. Louis still leading nicely, fighting well. Elliott just up round the outside. Just a little bit too strong round the outside there. Ryan Elliott, he'll go through to the next round, and we'll see Mitch in another round of repechages. Move on to our next ride now, 7 versus 12. Noah Mason from New South Wales up against Finn Carpenter from Western Australia. These next three heats of riders, nothing between them in qualifying. Very, very close, not even a click of the fingers. So I should see some good sprinting. Noah Mason. Mason just trying to set the trap there. Laying right off as they went away from the line. Seeing if Finn Carpenter would take the bait and make it a long, fast sprint. Seems to have worked so far. Noah Mason dictating terms in this bike race from second wheel. Now they head down the back straight. Impressed with this. Has Finn Carpenter got the legs though to take on Noah Mason from such a long way out? He's a brilliant 1,000-metre time trialist, Finn Carpenter, but Noah Mason comes to him down the back straight. Can he get past the hip? Finn Carpenter just starting to die a little bit. Noah Mason up round the outside. That was an impressive ride from Noah Mason. Tactically brilliant. He set a trap there for Finn Carpenter and it worked out. So Noah Mason, he goes through. We'll have to see Finn Carpenter try and come back through the repechage. Move on now to 8 versus 11. This will be Nicholas Papadakis from Victoria versus Xavier Bland from New South Wales. Xavier Bland drew front spot. Xavier Bland will lead away. Expect to see this one quite a close one as well, because there's nothing too much between the qualifying times of these two riders. Bland leads down the back straight. Papadakis just jammed up on the wheel, now goes up high a little bit. Big day of sprinting here for these riders. We've been going since 10 a.m. this morning. It's coming up 20 past 1 now. Still got a fair bit to do before they can rack it for the day. There's Xavier leading. And you look over the shoulder and they head down the back straight this time. Papadakis just lays off, just seeing if Bland would go early, and it's worked for him at the moment. Got to get a little bit closer to the slipstream. Bland not fully committed. They go into the 200 this time. Xavier Bland fully committed now. Nick Papadakis has got to get a little bit closer though, because Xavier Bland's got him covered as they come into the home straight. Xavier Bland will go through to the next round. We'll see Nick in another repechage. So we move on. We'll move on now to our final heat of our round of 16, and it will be 9 versus 10. So this will be a nice one. We've got Sam Gallagher from Victoria going up against Max Liebschnick from South Australia. Two riders who don't take a backward step at all in Kieran racing and sprinting, so this should be a real good one to watch. Gallagher rolls away in front spot here. Liebschnick, Max Liebschnick just giving a little bit of space there. Doesn't want to be too jammed up on the wheel at this early stage. He's very quick in the acceleration off the mark, Max. And Sam Gallagher, very, very fast over that last sort of 150, can come off the wheel nicely. Not too much between the pace of these two riders as Sam Gallagher tries to just hold things up on the bend here. Seeing if you can force Liebschnick through, but he's a tough customer, Max. He'll be equal to the task. These two couldn't be better matched up. They come to the home straight. Gallagher keeping a good eye. Gallagher keeping a very good eye on Liebschnick as they head down to the back straight. Liebschnick giving himself a little bit of room this time. Gallagher just keeping an eye on him, just seeing where he is, picking up pace nicely. Both riders employing good tactics here as they go through. Gallagher is committed and he's dropped down inside the 200. They head down the back straight. Gallagher out of the saddle, trying to get a little bit more out of the gear ratio. Liebschnick coming at him into the home straight. This is a talented ride if he can get there. He's missed him though. Gallagher out of the saddle in the back straight, made sure he was right up onto pace. And he'll go through to the next round. We'll find Max having to try and come back through the repechage. We move on to event 64 now. This is the sprint for positions. This is 15th, 16th and 17th. This will be the last time we see these three on the track until we get to the Cairns. We welcome from South Australia, Meares Willis-Hell, from Victoria, Ruby McLean, and from Queensland, Victoria Smith. These riders sprinting for their place here, 15th, 16th and 17th on the line. And Victoria Smith, no messing about, wants to be able to lead this one out. McLean up onto her wheel, then Willis-Hell, the South Australian. No pace down the back straight though. Smith has everyone up on the bend. Smith leads the way into the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. And very congested at the top. The South Australian pushing through the open door. Victoria Smith leading the way. Plenty of track to use for the other two underneath. Willis-Hell just laying off the wheel. We saw her do this in earlier rounds and it didn't work out for her. She's having a big look at what the Victorian's doing, but the Queenslander is starting to ride away from her. Queensland lead through. Victoria Smith heading towards the back straight. Now the South Australian moving nicely up onto the wheel, but here comes Victoria as well, possibly through the bend. Queensland, South Australia, Victoria, 3 wide down the home straight. South Australia, Meares Willis-Hell gets a win. Then we had Ruby McLean and Victoria Smith. Good ride by the South Australian, Meares Willis-Hell. That will finish her in 15th place. We move on now to the race for 13th and 14th place. This is Olivia Wright from Queensland and she'll be going up against Hope Harnety from Victoria. So Olivia Wright has drawn front spot. She'll lead away against Hope. 13th and 14th on the line for these two. Always nice to leave the track with a win, especially from a competition like this. So Olivia Wright. Can she take care of the Victorian on her home track here? As they head down the back straight, no pace on. Very tactical these first early laps. We've seen a different array of tactics, early jumps and riders going from the front, laying off a little bit too much here and there, getting caught out, but the seeds of our 200 metre qualifying seems to have stayed true throughout the day in our men's and women's competitions. Olivia Wright leads. Harnity up around the outside. Wright needs to leave with a little bit more pace here. Otherwise run into a little bit of trouble. Getting what I call flat-footed down the bottom of the track. Do need to keep on your gas a little bit here now. Very good move here from Olivia Wright. She's caught Hope napping. Olivia Wright out to a nice lead here as they go through the 200 metre mark. Hope Harnity didn't quite get going there, and now she's trying to get back onto terms. It's going to be too little too late because Olivia Wright's going to go through. She's going to finish 13th in the sprint contest here this week, and Hope Harnity will finish in 14th. We move on now to event 65. This is the next round of our Women's Elite Sprint. Winners to the quarter final, while others to the repechage. 6 heats in all, and welcome back to the track. The two Victorians, Ning Cheng, number 74, and Alessia McCaig, number 78. Alessia McCaig, the fastest qualifier here today. Alessia McCaig took the championship record here this morning. It used to be 10.646. She lowered it to 10.644. She'll be happy with that. National record, of course, held by Christina Clonan, 10.310, done in Paris. That's the fastest time by an Australian so far. And coming to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Ning Chen leads from Alessia McCaig. This to go into the quarter final here. This to go into the quarter final as they head down the back straight into the bend. Ning Chen leads the way into the home straight this time. Alessia McCaig just waits in the slipstream, looms up through the 200 into the back straight, up round the outside of Ning Chen, and she's going to go comfortably into the quarterfinals, and we'll still see Ning Chen race again into the repechage and see if she can get herself up into the quarters. Next heat coming up onto the track now. This is Danica Blinko, and her opponent is Maya Dillon. Danica's drawn the front spot. She'll lead away from Maya. So Danica's our second fastest qualifier here this morning. She's on some great form for this week of the championships. Maya Dillon already taken a national title. Took the team sprint last night. And they'll come into the home straight this time. With 2 laps to go. Danica Blinko keeping the pace high, just showing utmost respect for her opponent here, even though there's a distance between them in qualifying. Blinko out of the saddle, going early here, not taking any chances against Maya Dillon, and Dillon's got herself up into the slipstream. We'll see how she can handle it down the back straight. They start to step out. Blinko just getting on top of the gear now. Maya Dillon was able to get in the slipstream. It's a whole different story to try and come out of it, as Danica Blinko will go through into the quarterfinals, and Maya Dillon has a chance to fight again in the repechage to find her way into the quarterfinals. Move on to the next heat now. We welcome from Western Australia, Lilia Tatarinov. Her opponent is Ella Liang. Ella's a drawn front spot. She'll lead away. These two know each other very well from racing in junior competition, now both up into the elites. So see what Ella can do up against Lilia here. Lilia just going a little bit quicker at the moment. Qualifying times and so forth. She's got herself up into the elite team, the national team sprint team, and the other sprinter for the Australian team just at the moment. So she's made fantastic progression. Ella Liang, first year into the elite ranks, got the bronze medal in the time trial, and another bronze medal in the team sprint as well. So she's had a good week. I'll come to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Ella Liang keeping a good eye on where Lilia is. Lilia just trying to make sure she builds pace. Ella Liang, good tactic, and every time Lilia laid off, she just started to speed up very quickly indeed. Not fully committed now. They're underway as they come into the home straight. Ella Liang out of the saddle. Tatarinov just gains a little bit of height, trying to get a little bit more run down the banking to get on top of that gear she's on. Into the last bend now. Tatarinov comes to the hip and up round the outside of Ella Liang, and Tatarinov will go round and get herself into the quarterfinals. Ella Liang will have to try and come back through the repechage. So welcome back. Christine Perkins, rider number 82. The next rider up onto the track, and her opponent this time is Molly McGill. Win through and go through to the quarterfinals. And if not, try and come back through the repechage. Molly McGill will lead away first. We're coming to the home straight this time. Molly McGill leading the way, just keeping an eye on where Christine Perkins is. Molly McGill, the faster of the two in qualifying. We'll see if Christine Perkins can get herself up into the slipstream, catch her by surprise. Use that slingshot, Formula One's slingshot style, to be able to get up around the outside, but Molly McGill is leading from the front and leading nicely. Christine Perkins needs to get up in the slipstream, tries to go round straight away as they head to the back straight. Molly McGill getting underway, pressure's on. Christine Perkins in the wheel, but not going to be able to come out of it here against McGill. She's too quick, so Christine Perkins will get another chance through the repechage. Our next heat coming out onto the track now. We welcome Emma Stevens from Queensland. She's drawn front spot, and her opponent is Imogen Gelbart. Stevens doing the right thing here, just keeping Gelbart up high, up on the track. No pace on whatsoever from either rider. Fantastic bike handling skills from our sprinters. They'll come to the home straight. Gelbart looking for a way round. Stevens, though, taking her on, because you would have seen the qualifying ride of Gelbart earlier in the day. She'll be nervous of that, and Gelbart heads down the back straight. Stevens still keeping a good eye on her as they come through the bend at this time. Stevens keeping her high, good riding here, but Gelbart, nerves of steel, straight underneath, gets the sprinters lane first. And from there, she's going to be impossible to beat. Gelbart down the back straight, moving nicely. Stevens gives it away, saves the legs for the next one, as Gelbart's going to go through to the quarterfinals. Move on to our next heat now. From South Australia we have Brianna Hargrave, and from Queensland we have Sophie Watts. Sophie Watts leads down the back straight in front of Hargraves here. And a good contest between these two, straight into the quarterfinals if you win this one. Otherwise, the sprinting continues with repechages. So they'll be trying to get themselves through this one and not have to worry about not have to worry about coming back through the repechage. That's what we want to do. Get through this, the day ends. They come into the home straight this time. Hargrave tried to get up round the outside of Sophie Watts, still trying to get round. Sophie Watts just leads a bit too strong here. Hargrave thought better of it, now going to try again, but looks like Sophie Watts has her measure as they come through the bend. She's still going to try up the home straight here, Brianna. But Sophie Watts takes that one out. Move on to the first of our repechages, and we welcome Flynn Underwood and his opponent Max Liebschnick. South Australian leads away. He'll be disappointed to find himself in the repechage at this stage of the competition. Max, but he came up against a good opponent in Sam Gallagher, so he's going to have to come back through the repechage and get himself a bit further along in this sprint competition. No pace on as they start to just stall things up a little bit here. Max is quite prepared to put Underwood under some pressure here, and it's the first time we've seen a proper standstill. Liebschnick stopped it nicely, but thought better of it, because when you do the track stand like that, it gets into your legs very quickly, and real power athletes these days, our sprinters. And he saw that Underwood was equal to the task. And now the pace starts to pick up. When Underwood takes on Liebschnick as they head down the back straight this time. Max just loses sight of him for ever slight moment there. Now they'll come into the bend, starting to pick up pace. Liebschnick from the front, Underwood trying to go around him. Liebschnick keeping him high around the bend as they go into the back straight this time. Liebschnick was making sure Underwood stayed up high because he wasn't quite on top of his gear yet. Underway into the home straight now. No trouble whatsoever in the end for Max Liebschnick. Somebody's being looked at. So the South Australian comfortably through to the next. That'll be a relief to him. We move on to repechage number 2 now, and it's all Victoria. Isaac Byrne, Nicholas Papadakis and Jade Madden. They roll away this time. And everyone keen to get the front spot, except for the rider who had front spot. Madden now goes to the front as they head down the back straight. Isaac Byrne, not too interested at the moment. Papadakis up high. Everyone got their very much their own tactic here. I'm not sure as Papadakis leads, but Papadakis leads from Madden, and Isaac Byrne down the bottom of the track doesn't seem interested in this one at all. Decided to throw this one away. They come to the home straight with 1 lap to go. The 3 Victorians become 2, and it's Jade Madden who leads the way. Byrne didn't contest. They head down the back straight. Madden leads from Papadakis, and Madden's going to take this as he comes into the home straight very comfortably in the end. So he continues in the program. We move on now to the next of our repechage heats. This is repechage number 3 with Finn Carpenter from Western Australia, Mitch Louis from Queensland and Reuben Smith from Victoria. Mitch Louis, no messing about off the start line, wants to dictate terms to the other 2. Puts himself into the front spot, and he's going to be a hard rider to beat as well. Reuben Smith up into second. Then we've got Finn Carpenter, the West Australian. Two laps to go, pace is on. Mitch Louis looks keeping a good eye on everybody here as they head down the back straight. Reuben Smith and Finn Carpenter, good ride up there on the outside. The West Australian catches them napping, puts himself into a good position. He's committed from here. Mitch Louis is as well. Reuben Smith's got some work to do. Finn Carpenter strong down the back straight. Mitch Louis coming at him now. Can Finn Carpenter hold that pace all the way through? Mitch Louis closing speed up round the outside. Oh, I tell you what, he definitely had it after the line. I'm not sure on it. We'll wait for the photo finish here between Finn Carpenter and Mitch Louis. I think Finn Carpenter just hung on. Mitch Louis definitely the rider after the line. However, we'll wait for the photo finish. Mitch Louis will be praying that I'm wrong. And I am wrong. Mitch Louis is the winner of that one. He'll go through to the next one, 10.51. Well done to Mitch Louis. The closing speed he had was magnificent. So we move on to event number 67. This is repechage number 1 before the quarterfinals. And we've got 2 heats here and they're both top quality. We welcome our first 3 up onto the track. From Queensland we have Ella Liang, from Western Australia we have Maya Dillon, and from South Australia we have Brianna Hargrave. And Hargrave keen to lead on this one. Ella Liang just starting to poke her front wheel in the space that wasn't there, so Hargrave still leads as they head down the back straight. We'll come to the home straight at this time. Maya Dillon looking for a way through, and there's a way through there underneath because the door was open. Ella Liang though, she's a 1,000-metre time trial specialist. She's happy to lead from the front. Maya Dillon gets herself up into second wheel. Brianna Hargrave's going to go straight round now. It's going to be a long sprint from the front now. Brianna Hargrave goes number 1. Ella Liang into 2. Maya Dillon's going to have to hope for Liang to get up round the outside and take her through with a bit of a slipstream here as they head down the back straight. Brianna Hargrave's a little bit too strong from the front. Everyone caught on the hip on the bend here because Hargrave is strong from the front. She's going to hang on, goes through. Ella and Maya will come back and race for a place. The second of our repechages now coming up onto the track. Once again we see the Victorian Nin Chen. From Western Australia, Christine Perkins. And our Queensland rider, Emma Stevens. Stevens wants the front spot. Stevens wants the front spot here, and she gets it as they head down the back straight. Perkins up into 2. Nin Chen, the Victorian, just laying off a little bit at the moment. There's always a little bit more action in the 3-ups, trying to get in the right position. Front spot though, 9 times out of 10 in these situations is the one to go for. You don't have to worry about the second rider then, third rider. They head down the back straight. Perkins making sure Chen knows if you're going to try and come round me, it's going to be hard. Stevens gets going, starting to commit here. Perkins up into the slipstream. Chen trying to follow her. Stevens underway, fully committed. Perkins in the slipstream. Can she do anything from here? Out of the saddle. Stevens is going very, very strong from the front. Too strong, in fact, for the rest of them. They'll come into the home straight. They'll get up close to her, but they won't get past her. Emma Stevens will go through into the next round. So you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, joining us here on the grandstand. Be about a 5-minute break just to give our riders the recovery time between the sprint efforts. So chance to go and grab a drink, go to the loo. Join us here in just a few minutes' time.
slipping conditions though, but it's good to go on track. Got to be more consistent now.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Keep plugging away.
Do well tomorrow. But yeah, looking good against the Cowboys. I got currently I've gone the fastest P3. So
Cool.
it's looking like me P3 or P2.
Oh, okay.
They got a 13.5
Yeah.
yesterday, which no one else is close.
Yeah.
And I easily had Oceans held on to it. Just think it's split. So I think they're just looking for a P1 back in like alternate.
Yeah.
So we'll see how
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We move on now to the ride-off for 15th, 16th and 17th. Isaac Byrne and Reuben Smith from Victoria. Flynn Underwood, our New Zealand competitor. So 15th, 16th and 17th is what's on the line here for these riders. They'll come into the home straight this time. It's been a great day of sprinting. Quarterfinals coming up tonight. As they go through, Reuben Smith leads through. Flynn Underwood just backing in to Isaac Byrne at the moment. He's going to have to keep a good eye on Reuben Smith though, as he does. They'll come into the home straight this time. Smith committed, so is Underwood as they start to step through the 200 as they head down the back straight. Good riding here from Smith on the front. Underwood can't get past the hip just yet. He's got on top of the gear now though as they're coming to the home straight. Smith trying to hang on, but it's the New Zealand rider that will go through and he will finish 16th in the competition. 15th, 16th and 17th as they go across the line. We now move on to the ride-off for 13th and 14th place. We have Nicholas Papadakis from Victoria up against Finn Carpenter. Carpenter leads down the back straight, just keeping an eye on Papadakis. Would have wanted to be a little bit further up in the proceedings here at the West Australian after his good performance last year in the contest. He goes through with 2 laps to go now. Keeping an eye on the Victorian. Papadakis, very experienced in the sprint competition. See him ride very well here on the AMV. We'll start to build into the home straight. Carpenter leading. Papadakis just lurking behind. Carpenter hasn't gotten on with it yet. Goes up the track to Papadakis. No pace on now. They're going. Now they're moving down the back straight. The closing speed of Papadakis is going beautifully up round the outside. Too much for the West Australian. So we'll go across the line. 13th place in the end. It's been a great sprinting contest here. Every time the riders come out on track, they're giving 100%, which is great to see. But Nicholas will finish 13th this year. move on to our women's sprint again, and this is the contest for 11th and 12th place. This is Maya Dillon from Western Australia and Ning Chen from Victoria. Competition today just going towards 4.5 hours so far, and we've seen Ning and Maya, I think this is about the 5th time, maybe 6th time we've seen them on the track today. It's a big day of sprinting for our riders. Certainly getting their money's worth from their entry fee as they head down the back straight. Maya Dillon leads from Ning Chen. Don't forget about our merchandise stall going very nicely. We're also starting to get some of our local retailers, particularly in the back straight by the looks of things. Local retailers who are showing us their goods here this week, and that'll be a little bit more as we move on to Friday and Saturday, Sunday. Looking forward to seeing a very busy weekend here at Meares Velodrome. Maya Dillon has Ning Chen caught up on the hip at the moment, has her just where she wants her as they come into the home straight this time with 1 lap to go. Maya Dillon just keeping the track covered at the moment against the Victorian as they head down the back straight this time. Fully committed now. Maya Dillon still having a bit of a look over the shoulder. Now she's underway. Full force into the home straight. The national team sprint champion going to finish off in 11th place in the sprint championship this year. We move forward to the ride-off for 9th and 10th, and we welcome from Queensland Ella Liang, and her opponent will be Christine Perkins from Western Australia. Ella Liang has drawn front spot. She'll lead this time. Ella Liang, first year elite rider. Christine Perkins, not quite first year anymore, but she is the national champion in the team sprint. And Ella Liang trying something very different here, trying to catch Christine Perkins out. This is an interesting tactic by Ella Liang. Over 1,000 metres, she's fantastic. Third this week in the championship. No element of surprise though as she heads down the back straight. Perkins up into the slipstream now. Ella Liang will come round into the home straight, leading the way now. Has she given 100% to the task, or does she have a second kick inside her? Christine Perkins, been racing all day. Has she got enough inside? She's got plenty. Up round the outside, Christine Perkins is going to come round and she's going to finish herself in 9th place in the sprint championship. Ella Liang will end up in 10th. So change of pace, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on to our men's elite teams pursuit qualifying. We've got 4 teams in all. We've got 2 state teams, Victoria and Queensland, and we've got 2 composite teams. The reason for the composite teams, a number of states haven't got enough riders here this week to be able to put together a team. The composite teams don't race for medals, they race for a time. It's a way for riders to be able to show the coaching staff just how well they're going and so forth. So our first team to come up onto the track is the team of Tasmania's Jonas Shelverton, from WA Jack Dola, from the ACT Ed Marks, and from New South Wales Kurt Ether. So the first of our teams underway. A number of these riders very proficient in teams pursuing. Jack Dola was the elite champion just a couple of years ago. Kurt Ether also been on the top step in teams pursuing throughout his career. Jonas Shelverton. Ed Marks, unfortunately, riding for ACT. Not that that's unfortunate, but probably has not yet competed in a teams pursuit competition with the state. Not enough depth yet with the ACT team. So he gets a full advantage here. Opportunity, I should say, to be able to show what he can do in teams pursuing in front of the national coaches and so forth who are here this week as part of this national championship. And it's a nice, interesting one for us to be able to see what they can do here, this composite team. Very proficient composite team coming out after this one. If this is the new group trying to get themselves up into squad situations with the Australian team, the next team to come out onto the track virtually is the Australian team. So plenty to look forward to. And of course then we've got Queensland and Victoria who are going to be setting a qualifying time to see who starts in the home straight for the gold medal final a little bit later today. Shelverton just goes a little bit sharp up the track, has to race back onto the back wheel, so just missed his turn back onto the wheel. That gets into the legs very quickly. Jack Dola on the front as he leads down the back straight this time. Under 23 Criterium champion of Australia currently. Won that race in Northbridge in Perth, Western Australia in January. Ed Marks comes onto the front of the group. He's drawn short straw, has Ed Marks, because he's a very tall rider and he's the one who has to follow Jack Dola, who's not quite as tall in this situation. Ether and Shelverton, very, very similar. Ether, the elimination champion, very, very good criterium racer, Kurt Ether. And coming to the home straight, they've got 7 laps to go, moving beautifully, this team. And considering this team's just been thrown together, never ridden together as a 4 before, they're looking very good, aren't they? 5 laps to go as they went through that time. Matt Howlett, the race coach, is calling the action here. And see that time. Shelverton just off the wheel a little bit there. Hasn't quite mastered the just swinging up and swinging back down onto the wheel in these situations. Wouldn't have a lot of practice, if any practice, in teams pursuit at the moment in the Tasmanian lineup. So it's very, very difficult just to slot straight back in. Jack Dola comes back down nicely. They go through there, 3:22. We're coming to the home straight this time. 2 laps to go, just 500 metres of the track to go. Sitting at a good tempo, possibly around about a 4:07 pace, there and thereabouts at the moment. But they are moving nicely. They'll come into the home straight this time. Kurt Ether leads the way. They'll receive the bell. Go through 3:52. No, they're going to go much quicker. No, about 4:07. That's what I predicted. So they'll come round into the home straight now. Kurt Ether leads through John Shelverton, Jack Dola. They'll go across 4:07.91. Set a nice time there. So good to have the first of our composite teams setting a fast time out on track. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our next team up onto the track. And this is Composite 1, but as to be said, all four of these riders have been utilised in the Australian team. We welcome onto the track Thomas Cornish from New South Wales, Oliver Bledden from South Australia, Josh Duffy from Tasmania, and Connor Lay from WA. This is Composite number 1. Of course, Oliver Bledden and Connor Lay, our Olympic champions. Away now and being led away from the start line by the Tasmanian rider Josh Duffy. All four riders on the factor bikes, of course the two gold bikes for Bledden and Lay by virtue of their Olympic championship. A fantastic piece of equipment in the first place, and then you get a chrome gold one to ride around on. Absolutely beautiful. And the black ink wheels, fantastic set of wheels. I was able to be shown these wheels yesterday when I was down in the pits. I don't think I've ever seen a wheel like it. I was always very impressed by Mavic Comets and the Ghibli, but these wheels are just next level. They really are. No rolling resistance on them at all. Superb piece of equipment that we're using with the Australian team. They'll come through the first kilometre, 1:03.13. Moving very nicely indeed. Oliver Bledden leads into the home straight this time. Silver medal in the individual pursuit just a couple of days ago. Qualified first, but had heavy legs in the final, and he also came up against a rampant Connor Lay, who comes to the front this time. 10 laps to go. Connor Lay goes on to the front. He is known as Australia's version of Filippo Ganna when it comes to the team's pursuit, but after the Paris Olympics, Filippo Ganna was known as the Connor Lay version of the Italian team because he sits on the front 2.5, 3.5 laps in international competition for the Australian team. There's 2 laps there, 2.5. So now he goes through. Josh Duffy moving nicely, 1:59.22. So they've gone through in a 57-second flying kilometre for the second 1,000 metres. Duffy on the front, looking absolutely slick as they go down. Duffy's done his job. They're going to be left with 3. The story of the month, Tom Cornish. He's gone from the track sprint program up into the endurance program. And here he is again in the team's pursuit in the World Cup. Australians took the gold medal in the World Cup in Perth. Oliver Bledden on the front. Cornish just suffering on the wheel a little bit here. This pace is on. As Cornish goes down the back straight, gets himself back onto the wheel. Bledden on the front, setting a very high tempo with 1,000 metres to go through. 2:56 this time. So they're going 57, 56 sort of seconds, and Cornish is in all sorts of bother as they come into the home straight this time. Oliver Bledden setting a tempo that Cornish is having troubles handling here. He's losing a bike length, he's losing another one. The legs are getting very juicy as they come into the home straight. Bledden swings up and he'll spot the danger. And if it wasn't bad enough that you had to chase Oliver Bledden, now they've both got to chase Connor Lay down the back straight. Lay has a little bit of a look under the shoulder there as he comes through. They're going to get a lap to go this time. And Tom Cornish is going to count every single metre as they go through. Lay down the back straight. Cornish follows Oliver Bledden, moves up around the outside, trying to create some sort of slipstream for him to be able to get round to the finish here. Tom Cornish, a good fight all the way to the end, and they stood up across 355.5 for our composite number 2 team. We now move on to heat number 3 of our Elite Team Pursuit qualifying. This is the first of our state teams, and this is the team of Victoria, represented by Caleb Antill, Aubrey Price, Logan Taplin and Oscar Gallagher. So, false start call by our commissaires. So our delay out the way now. We welcome back the team of Victoria into the home straight. Caleb Antle, Aubrey Price, Logan Taplin and Oscar Gallagher. All the way nice and clean this time. Will be brought up to speed. Trying to make the fastest time they can here. This is the difference between starting in the back straight and the home straight for this tonight's gold medal final. Our composite teams don't race for medals. They're pure and simply here to be able to ride and show the coaches what they can do, find out what they can do themselves. But our two main teams are Victoria and Queensland. Queensland still to come. Moving nicely as they come up to finish their first 1,000 metres. They're going to go through in a 1:05.58 time. So started off nicely. A little bit of space between the wheels. These four riders, even though they're the state team, they may not have done a lot of racing together of teams pursuing together anyway, because a number of these riders will be racing as part of the road series throughout summer. They'll still be riding the track bikes, but it's not always convenient these days to be able to bring teams together and train for a few weeks, 2 or 3 times a week, which is what you'd normally do back in the day, back in yesteryear, when state teams used to train 3 and 4 months out from a teams pursuit national championship because there was no road racing. They had time. Criterium racing on a Sunday, track racing throughout the week and training, but now the full road season year round. So a number of the endurance riders are all on road duty. They lose a rider at halfway as they go through in 2:06, so the second kilometre, 1:01. Moving nicely, it's Aubrey Price who drops out this time. Now other 3 riders, Antle, Taplin and Gallagher, they need to make their way to the finish to qualify up into the gold medal ride later this evening. The evening program starts at 6 o'clock, so there's not going to be a huge amount of break between the 2 sessions. But if you're in Brisbane and you want to see the action up live and close, come on down to the Meares Velodrome. And if you're joining us online as part of the AusCycling YouTube channel tonight, it goes on to SBS and SBS On Demand. You'll have Kate Bates and Scott McGorry calling the action on TV once again. They'll get 3 to go when they come through the home straight this time, the Victorian team. They're moving well together. Interesting to see what time they can finish off with here. A few gaps starting to open though, the pace going up, that's starting to suffer with 500 metres to go. Good turn of pace on the front as they go through, but it's putting the team under pressure. But they need to be under a little bit of pressure here to be able to do the fastest time they can, to see where they really are in the standings. 1 lap to go this time, gaps opening. Victoria will come into the home straight. They're going to finish off with their time of 4:09.50 for the Victorian team. We move on now to heat number 4. We welcome the team of Queensland into the starting gate. Noah Blannon, Toby Jones, Blake Quick and Liam Walsh. Away nicely out on the starting gate, Liam Walsh taking them away on the Factor Australian team bike as they head down the back straight. They're going to be slick, this team. They always are, the Queensland team. They've only been headed a couple of times in the last 5 or 6 years up here in Brisbane for the national championships. Walsh getting them away nicely as he comes through. 14 laps to go. 2-lap turn for Liam Walsh here. And he goes on with it. More than a 2-lap turn here for Liam Walsh as he heads down the back straight. 2.5. He'll swing up. Comes into the home straight. Great start there from Liam Walsh. And they are motoring down the back straight. Really moving nicely here, the Queenslanders. They'll come into the home straight. We'll see where they are at the end of the first 1,000 metres. 104.18. Just a little bit behind the Composite 1 team. They got into all sorts of trouble in the end of their ride. So we'll see how Queensland stacks up against the Composite Australian team. At the moment, they're moving nicely. Very nicely indeed. You see they're doing 2.5 lap turns each at the moment, which is fantastic to see. As Liam Walsh, who got them going, is only up into second wheel now, and when they come round next time, they'll have 9 laps to go. So, very smooth tactic. The Queenslanders really moving nicely as they come into the home straight. This is what a well-drilled team looks like. And these guys have ridden together many times as they head down the back straight. Liam Walsh comes back to the front now. Leads into the home straight as they'll see 8 laps to go, and we see them go through 2:01 for their 2,000 metres. So they're right on pace to what we saw of the Composite 1 team. They'll come into the home straight this time. Walsh still on the front. Moving nicely. Walsh will go into the bend this time and swing up and get out the way. No, he doesn't. Makes a liar of me. Liam Walsh doing a very big turn this time. Got an extra half an hour and now gets out the way. So Liam Walsh, his job is done. I'm going to leave it to the other 3 to finish off, and they're going to come round and get 5 laps to go. So Blannon, Quick and Jones. The other 3 riders are still persisting here. They head down the back straight, moving nicely. Now 3 really, how they're going to move quick. They are moving beautifully as they come through now with 4 laps to go. 2:58 that time. So they're on target for that 3:55 sort of pace at the moment. A few shorter turns though from this team. It's starting to hurt 1 or 2. It's been a very fast first 3 kilometres. They'll head down the back straight. A little bit tidier now. They'll come through with 2 laps to go when they join us here on the home straight this time. Look at the time. So we're probably about 56, maybe 57 pace at the moment. They move down the back straight. Noise is being made because they're looking for a championship record. If they can get it, they'll come into the home straight this time and they'll hit the line 3:56.66 for the Queensland team, just outside of the championship record that is held by Queensland already, which is 3:55.599. So championship record on offer tonight in the final, and they'll start in the home straight against Victoria. We'll now move on to the 8th finals of our men's elite sprint, where the winners will go to the quarter-final and the others will go through to the repechage. And for only the second time today, we get to see our fastest qualifier and championship record holder, Lee Hoffman from South Australia, ladies and gentlemen, joins us on the track. He's had a bye after bye after bye here today, but he was our fastest qualifier this morning in 9.32, lowering the championship record from 9.41 down to 9.32. And his opponent in this ride will be Mitchell Louis from Queensland. So Lee Hoffman, they were the first race on the men's qualifying this morning. Started at 10. He would have been on the track probably about 10:30. And here we are, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He hasn't raced since. So he's sat here in the Meares Velodrome, seeing the first round go by as a bye, expecting to ride the next round, but then there was a medical withdrawal and he got another bye, and now he finds himself finally getting to ride his bike again. He'll lose fitness at this rate. He comes into the home straight, 2 laps to go. The fastest Australian going, 9.32, moving nicely. He moves down the back straight. Mitch Louis taking advantage, just going to take the race up to Hoffman here as they come into home straight. Lee Hoffman, though, once he gets going, he is so fast and powerful. Mitch Louis committed now. He's going to go as fast as he possibly can against Lee Hoffman as they head down the back straight. There's no point in not. Hoffman, so much confidence in his own ability, and as soon as he got up to the bottom bracket of Mitch Louis just said, that'll do. I know how fast he's moving. So Hoffman goes through to the quarterfinals, and Mitch Louis will come and try and go back through the repechage. Move on to our next heat, and we welcome from Victoria, Jade Madden, and from South Australia, we welcome James Brister. So Madden leads the way. Not worrying about a walking pace, quite happy to lead this run quickly as they go to a half lap down the back straight. And Brister laying off, seeing if he can entice Madden to going very early. Madden not falling for it though. Goes to the top of the banking, just going to keep a better eye on Brister. But Brister has got a much quicker final 200, and Jade Madden, we've seen him about half a dozen times out on the track already today, so the legs will be probably a little bit tight. Brister up round the outside, not worrying about playing the game with Madden here, and Madden says, I know how fast James is, and I have ridden too hard today, and he might have twinged something as well in those earlier rides to get himself up to this point. So James Brister just warms up the tyres as he comes into the home straight. He will go into the quarterfinals. We'll see him later this evening, and hopefully we'll see Jade Madden in the repechage. It's been a big day of sprinting already. Well, we've seen our first two, Lee Hoffman and James Brister, into the quarterfinals, and those two, our top two qualifiers. However, with the juggling of seedings and one or two riders losing when they might have usually won, I can tell you right now the next 5 heats are excellently matched. Welcome our riders up onto the track now. Number 22 is Tate Ryan. Number 24 is Max Liebknecht. And they're both from South Australia. Max leads away. Just a walking pace required for Max Liebknecht as he leads away here. And he's doing no more than official starter having a good look to see how these riders are going. And get across the halfway point that time, barely. Liebknecht pulls it up into a track stand against Tate Ryan here. Tate Ryan's equal to the task. Quite happy to try and stay in second position here. Liebknecht got nothing to lose here, rolls a long way back and have to move forward because you can't roll backwards too far. So wasn't able to execute it that time. Tate Ryan equal to the task and better than. They'll come to the home straight this time. What's the tactic going to be here from Liebknecht? Doesn't really matter because Tate Ryan, well, oh, they're coming together on the bend here. Liebknecht taking the attitude that he was in the metre line. Tate Ryan saying I was there first. Now they get on with the pace. Let's see, that one will be reviewed. Tate Ryan leads the way. They go into the back straight this time. Ryan Liebknecht on the wheel, looking for a way round. What can he do against Tate Ryan? They're coming to the home straight this time. Ryan has a look over the shoulder. And Tate Ryan crosses in first. Liebknecht in second. Shake of the hand down the back straight with the riders. Good sportsmanship from the two teammates. We'll move on now to heat number 4. And we'll welcome our riders up onto the track. The fastest qualifier of these two from New South Wales was Daniel Barber, and his opponent from Victoria is Sam Gallagher. So Hoffman's through to the quarterfinals. James Brister is through to the quarterfinals. We're just waiting on the review of the previous race, Tate Ryan and Max Liebschnick. Just going to see the replay of the video. The commissaires want to have a bit of a look at it. We're coming to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Dan Barber leads the way. Sam Gallagher just laying off a little bit. Barber leads. Sam Gallagher, what can he do against the speed of Danny Barber as they come into the home straight? Has Barber got himself going? He's got some work to do here. Gallagher looking for a way around. Gallagher just thought about it, tried to go underneath. There wasn't enough room to do so, not enough speed to do it either, because Dan Barber is on the front, moving very quickly. Dan Barber will go through. A very quick ride indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we reviewed the ride number 3, Tate Ryan versus Max Liebschnick. There is a warning, a 7 for rider number 24, Max Liebschnick, for moving down on his opponent when already in position. So Max Liebschnick has now got a warning against his name for the rest of the week, and Tate Ryan goes through to the quarterfinals. Our next heat comes up onto the track. Heat number 5. We welcome from New South Wales, Xavier Bland, and from Queensland, we welcome Byron Davies. Not too much between these two in qualifying. Xavier Bland 9.98, Byron Davies 9.83. Davies draws front spot, he'll lead away. Not too much between these two in qualifying, but once Byron Davies gets the head of steam up and gets into front position, he's a very difficult rider to beat. Xavier Bland got that slippery look to him in sprinting when he's on the wheel and coming out of the slipstream, so can go either way here. Byron Davies already taken a national championship with his para tandem partner Bo Wooten. They won the sprint championship. They're going to be riding the time trial championship as well, and there will be some team sprint work for the para riders to do this week. A big week of racing still ahead. Xavier Bland trying to keep Byron Davies pinned towards the top of the track. Byron will see that as an advantage, give him an opportunity to use his legs left a bit less than doing a standing start to get that big gear going. He's not going to be worried about having to go around the outside now, and he does so very quickly indeed. Have a look at the power and strength of Byron Davis as he goes through the 200. Has a look under the shoulder. He's got that much time to make sure that he was clear to go past Xavier. They'll come into the home straight. Byron Davies leads. Xavier's going to come back to him. Like I said, he's so good off the wheel, Xavier. But Byron was just so strong. Once he gets a clear road, a clear track in front of him, very difficult to beat. So Byron will go through to the quarterfinals. We're still going to get to see Xavier again because he's going to try and come back through the repechage. Heat number 6 now, coming up onto the track. We'll welcome Noah Mason from New South Wales, and from Queensland we welcome Ryan Elliott. Noah Mason leads the way, just keeping a good eye on where Ryan Elliott is. We're coming to the home straight this time. Noah Mason got the pace going. Ryan Elliott laying off, giving himself some room, just waiting to pounce as they head down the back straight. Mason out of the saddle. Have a look at the power from Ryan Elliott. Does it sitting down into the home straight. Sits up, goes through to the quarterfinals. We'll see Noah very shortly racing in the repechage. Just a little bit of housekeeping for some of our athletes who have been in the room today. There is no riding on the concourse. That means when you come in the front entrance, the ticketed entrance, if you come in with your bike, which you're allowed to do, walk it from there. There will be no riding. Some housekeeping from our commissaires and event staff. If you're caught, you will be fined and you will be ejected from the premises. So please, you wouldn't ride in your living room, don't ride on the concourse and around the outside of the velodrome inside. Thank you. So we move on. We're doing a qualifying ride now for our women's elite teams pursuit. This will be the team of South Australia, made up of Maeve Plouffe, Sophie Edwards, Odette Lynch and Riley McMullen. Call back for a false start by the looks of things by the commissaire. Away this time for our South Australian Women's Elite Teams Pursuit team. They're riding a qualifying time to go into the gold medal ride this evening. So South Australian coach Rowan White calling the action. World Teams Pursuit champion himself back in 2017 in Hong Kong. Also spent some time in Western Australia as the West Australian Institute of Sport coach and really reinvigorated the program in WA before moving home to South Australia. It was a very big loss to WA when he went, but he did reinvigorate the program that was taken over by Shane Perkins and Matt Howlett. So it was great to have Rowan White in Western Australia when he was there, and now carrying on with developing the talent in South Australia. Also a very integral part in aerodynamics in our teams pursuit riders and individual pursuit riders, working in the wind tunnel test at the South Australian Sports Institute as the lead there. We have some superb talented riders who luckily have moved into coaching roles and lead roles behind the scenes of all of our riders moving forward. South Australian team riding nicely together. They know each other very well, these four. Ridden together many times. They come through this time halfway. They go through in 2:15. national record for the women's team's pursuit is 4:08.612. But that was the Australian team, Georgia Baker, Sophie Evans, Chloe Moran and Maeve Plouffe in Paris during the Olympics. Their all-comers record is New Zealand back in the World Cup. Brianna Botha, Ali Wollaston, Sam Donnelly and Emily Sherman. They rode 4:09.259. Our championship record at the Australian Championships is actually 4:17.670 as they go through in 3:19. Championship record is 4:17. That was done by the Irish team who raced with us in 2024. Lara Gillespie, Mia Griffin, Kelly Murphy and Alice Sharp. So big opportunity this evening for this four to be able to go and take the championship record as they go on to win a national championship again, the South Australian team. It would be very nice to see the championship record go here this evening. They're going to come round with a lap and a half to go now. Just getting a little bit ragged there. One rider just dropping off ever so much, screaming at her teammate to come back down onto the wheel as they go through and finish off 4:23.65. Matt to Neil, has there been a change in the program here? Because I've got men's elite sprint repechage coming and it looks like the para elimination is about to line up.
I'm not aware of a change to the program.
Oh, they're just enthusiastic. There should be a couple of sprinters down the bottom.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Thank you.
Oscar, do you have a board and a pen for the elimination?
We move on to our repechage sprint heats now. The winner will go through to the quarterfinals. We're going to bring out Repechage number 2 before number 1, as there was a rider with a puncher in repechage number 1 as they were just waiting to come onto the track. So we are going to welcome Xavier Bland from New South Wales, Sam Gallagher from Victoria and Mitchell Louis from Queensland will be our riders coming up onto the track. The winner will go through to the quarterfinals. Louis leads down the back straight, pace on this time. There'll be some nerves in this one. Big opportunity to make the quarterfinal here from the repechage. So important. Louis leads the way. He's got Sam Gallagher up on his wheel. Then Xavier Bland as they head down the back straight. Louis keeping the pace up. Sam Gallagher keeping one eye turned to the right to just have a look at Xavier Bland. They'll come into the home straight. Bland catches him on the hop. Good riding from Xavier Bland, gets himself up into second wheel, straight up round the outside. Sam Gallagher will be appreciative of that because he can try and use the run. But have a look at Xavier, the pace of Xavier. Sam Gallagher comes at him into the home straight. Xavier had a bit of a look. Do that against Sam Gallagher, rule number 1. But Xavier Bland goes through to the next one. Nice riding. His dad Mitch will be happy about that. So Xavier Bland gets himself up into the quarters. Nice piece of riding. And then we go back to repechage number 1. We welcome Noah Mason from New South Wales, Jade Madden from Victoria and Max Liebschnick from South Australia with a W next to his name. We're away again. Liebschnick leads this time. Noah Mason follows him, then Jade Madden. All three of these riders know the importance of this one. So Liebschnick leads. So much pace, having a bit of a rough day, not been the best one for him yet, but he wants to make sure he gets himself into this final as they head down the back straight. Good move here from Madden, the Victorian. Looked like he was a little bit possibly injured after his first ride before, but he's moving nicely here, and now Liebschnick's going to have to chase. He's going to have to chase with Noah Mason on the wheel here. Straight up round the outside, it'll suit Mason, and they go now. Liebschnick up round the outside. Can Mason get to him as they come into the home straight? The South Australian leads, and he leads at a canter in the end. Great ride there from Max. He'll go through to the quarterfinals. So sorry for the microphone delay there, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay on the microphone. 171 was the rider eliminated previously. We head down the back straight this time. This is our Para Elimination Championship. Apologies to our listeners on AusCycling YouTube. We had a few microphone issues. No elimination that lap, nobody out that lap as they head down the back straight. You see rainbow bands in this competition from our para athletes. They'll come through this time. The bell sounds again. For those of you who might be watching on the AusCycling YouTube channel and so forth, it's the back end of the race that we're going to turn all of our attention to. For now anyway, we'll worry about the front later. (178) is the eliminated rider, Talia Clayton-Goody, in the rainbow colours. So Talia is eliminated as the bunch comes through this time to receive the bell. We look to the back of the field. Ollie Hutchinson with some work to do. Nick Neils, I think it is up round the outside of him. Gordon Allen trapped down a little bit low as they'll come into the home straight this time. (166), rider 166 is eliminated. Ollie Hutchinson. Ollie Hutchinson is eliminated that time as they all line out down the back straight. Coming to the home straight this time. Good pace being set down the back straight. Matt Gray, the West Australian, caught underneath at the moment. Got some work to do. Gets underneath the rider from the ACT as they head to the home straight this time. Rider 162, run 62. It's Nick Neils, the ACT rider, is eliminated that time. Just got 7 riders left as they come into the home straight this time. Matt Gray on the inside as they head down the back straight this time. Gordon Allen up round his outside. Everyone looking for a way round. Rider 183, Matthew Gray, is eliminated that time as they head down the back straight. Pace being set at the front. Coming to the home straight this time. World champion colours looking resplendent on Tara Nayland. She's the one setting the tempo. They're all going to have to race around the outside to get themselves forward if they can here. Rider 165 is eliminated that time. Kyle Willis, the popular Queenslander, he is eliminated. We'll come through this time. Pace goes up once again. Pressure on for the riders at the back as they move down the back straight. Rider 174 is eliminated. It's the world champion Tara Nayland. To set the tempo the entire race, put everyone to the sword. So Tara Nayland is eliminated this time. That'll be another national championship for her in her category. I go through this time. Corey Boddington on the front. Darren Hicks up round the outside. The South Australian trying to muscle his way around. You've got Gordon Allen there as well. Keely Kitkovic's caught underneath there as they come into the home straight. Rider 167 is eliminated. Rider 167, Keely Kitkovics, misses out that time. Boddington, Hicks and Allen, they're the three riders that are left as they'll come into the home straight this time. The bell will sound. One rider to come out before the last two sprint for the gold and silver medals, or the first and second in the elimination. Bragging rights here. A number of different categories, of course, in our Para Championship. This has been a good bike race. They'll come into the home straight this time. Boddington leaves. Hicks going to keep Allen on the hip, is he? 163. 163. Gordon Allen is eliminated. Gordon is eliminated. They'll come round this time. Boddington and Hicks. 1 lap to go. The bell will sound. Boddington leads. Hicks sits up on the brake hoods and he says, nope, I'm happy with what I've done. I'm not going to even try to take on Corey here. Hats off to Darren Hicks. Hats off to Corey Boddington. He'll come round and take out the elimination. The legend of paracycling. Both of these men, they'll go across the line. Great bike race from our para athletes. Please stick around with us. We'll be doing their presentations as soon as our racing day has completed, because we've still got some sprinting to come. We move on to the next of our sprint events now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ride-off for 11th and 12th. This will be between Jade Madden and Mitchell Louis. This is the second to last race of our program today before our evening session. The winner of this one will finish 11th in our competition today. Second place will go to 12th. Been a superb day of sprinting for our elite women and our elite men. Great contest. We've got the quarterfinals to go this evening as part of our evening program, so please join us. If you're watching on the AusCycling YouTube channel, please join us on SBS and SBS On Demand with Kate Bates and Scott McGorry, who are going to be called the action for you this evening. There's been great coverage so far this week of our evening coverage. Big thank you to all of our film crew. Our film crew are the mums and dads of riders who race here on a very regular basis in Queensland. So people will say, not professionals. I'll say, yes, they are professionals. They just don't make as much money as the professionals because they're volunteers and they're doing a superb job of keeping the action on the screens as they come down the home straight this time. Mitch Louis leads the way in front of Jade Madden. Mitch Louis, the Queenslander, who'll want to leave the track a winner here. They start to pick up pace down the back straight. Louis has a look. Madden was going to dive for the open gap, but decided against it. Now he's going to try and get up round the outside, but Mitch Louis fights his bike, gets it up to speed down the back straight, and Madden turns off the gas. It's been a big day, 11th or 12th. He's not going to worry, but Mitch Louis, he's going to finish 12th. Happy with his ride. Goes through nice. So we're going to get to see these two guys again this week in the team sprints and in the Kieran. So still 3 more big days of racing to come for our sprinters. One more race to come on our program here this afternoon, and then we'll be moving into our Para Championship presentations before we sign off for the morning on our race day. And of course 6 p.m. we'll be underway with the evening program of racing. And we will welcome Sam Gallagher and Noah Mason up onto the track. This is the ride-off for 9th and 10th. Noah Mason leads away from Sam Gallagher. If they're worried about track time, they needn't worry any further. They have hardly been off the track today, these two riders. Still with the Kieran Racing to come, still with the team sprint as well. We've seen the 1,000-metre time trial, we've seen the Sprint Championship today. They go through, 2 laps to go. Not as much finesse in this one between these two. It's been a big day of sprinting. Both riders, they're just going to try and back the power and back the speed. They build up the gears. They start to come into the home straight. Mason stays high. Gallagher goes down low now, gets position, and Mason says, well done, you can have it. Sam Gallagher moves down the back straight. He's going to finish in 9th place in this championship, and Noah Mason will end up in 10th. It's been a great piece of sprinting by both these guys today. Been very entertaining. Sam Gallagher will finish 9th, and Noah Mason will finish 10th, and we'll get to see these guys again in the next couple of days in the sprints. Ladies and gentlemen, please stick with us. We're going to get moving on to our Para presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn your attention to our podium presentation area as we get underway with our para presentations. We welcome Louise Jones as our medal presenter once again. The Men's Para C5 Elimination Championship, in second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the ACT, Nick Neils. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Western Australia, Matthew Gray. We now welcome our Men's Para C4 Elimination Champion. Please welcome to the top step of the podium, representing Queensland, Corey Boddington. We now welcome our Men's Para C3 Elimination Champion. Please welcome, representing Queensland, Kyle Willis. We move on to our Men's Para C2 Elimination presentation. And in second place, winner of the silver medal, representing New South Wales, Gordon Allen. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing South Australia, Darren Hicks. We now welcome our Men's Para AWII Elimination podium. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Victoria, Harry Metzger. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Queensland, Ollie Hutchinson. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Queensland, Keely Kitkovics. We now welcome our Men's Para Transplant Elimination Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Perry Judd. We now welcome our Women's Para C4 Elimination Champion. Representing Victoria, please welcome Tara Nayland. we now welcome our women's Para C1 elimination champion. Please welcome, representing Victoria, Talia Clayton-Goody. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this presentation. It also concludes our day session. We will be back at 6 p.m. for racing start here at the Velodrome. If you'd like to watch online or you've joined us on the AusCycling YouTube channel today, once again, we will be on SBS and SBS On Demand this evening, and you'll be joined by Scott McGorry and Kate Bates. I'm Matt Pointer. It's been a pleasure today. I'll speak with you all later in venue and see you online tomorrow. Thank you.